자, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first Global Net Zero Forum. Let me thank all the VIPs and participants. This is Jin YOON, an announcer of MBC. And I have been working with Korea Environment Foundation for a long time, and I'm very happy to meet you today. Abiding by the Korean government's COVID-19 control measures, including social distancing, the forum is being broadcasted through an online platform, and the physical venue of the forum is Netzero Conference Hall. Today's forum is held in order to discuss local government's policy related to carbon neutrality and the economic outlook for climate technology, thereby encouraging society-wide engagement in carbon reduction. We have many experts and policymakers as speakers of the forum, and there are many online participants joining us today. And please stay with us until the very end of the forum, and I hope you enjoy the time with us. We will shortly have opening ceremony along with commendation ceremony, followed by 3 sessions under separate theme. The first theme of the session is the energy independence status and challenge of local government for net zero. We will hear from Gyeonggi Province, the US, and Europe. In the second session, we will talk about startups who are striving to achieve carbon reduction. And the third session will be on citizens' action for carbon reduction. Ladies and gentlemen, to uphold the cause of carbon neutrality, we're having an event without paper books or disposable goods. Speakers of the forum will be using tablet PCs when they are presenting, and you can download all the materials from our official webpage or through QR codes on site. So you can download all the material via online. And we will provide multi-use cups, so please make sure you use it and then return it on your way out. This event is being live broadcasted through the YouTube channel of Gyeonggi Province and Korea Green Foundation. Now, let me introduce our VIPs. I would like to call out their names. First, Vice Governor Oh Byung-kwon of Gyeonggi Province. Thank you. Vice Chairman Jin YOON of Gyeonggi-do Assembly. Chairman Jang Dong-il of Urban Environment Committee of Gyeonggi-do Assembly. Legislator Lee Pil-geun of Gyeonggi-do Assembly. Legislator Kim Kang-sik of Gyeonggi-do Assembly. Chairman Yoon Sun-jin of 2050 Carbon Neutrality Committee. Mr. Yoo Moon-jong, Second Vice Mayor of Suwon City. Mr. Lee Sang-myung, Chairman of Gyeonggi Energy Co-op. Ms. Lee Kyung-ah, Representative of Seongnam Consumers Group. Thank you very much. And from the hosting organization, Chairman Choi Yeol of Korea Green Foundation. President Kim Hyung-kwon of Gyeonggi Environment Energy Promotion Agency. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, there are so many VIPs who are here with us, and we apologize for not being able to introduce every one of them in the interest of time. Thank you so much for your participation. And now we would like to begin Gyeonggi-do Carbon Zero Forum hosted by Gyeonggi Province, co-organized by Gyeonggi-do Environment Energy Promotion Agency and Korea Green Foundation. Let me first invite First Vice Governor Oh Byung-kwon of Gyeonggi Province. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This is Oh Byung-kwon, Acting Governor of Gyeonggi Province. I would like to congratulate you on the opening of the first Global Net Zero Forum. We have a lot of VIPs who are here with us. Let me thank some of them. First, Chairman Choi Yar of Korea Green Foundation and Mr. Jin YOON, First Deputy Chairman of Gyeonggi-do, and Mr. Lee Pil-gun, Mr. Lee Kim-gang-sik, and Mr. Yoo Moon-jong, Vice Chair Mayor of Suwon, and Mr. Kim Hyun-kwon, and Mr. Yoon Sun-jin. I would like to thank all of them for joining us today. And the importance of environment needs no illustration or explanation. We already know that responding to climate crisis is a very important task to decide our future. In that regard, 121 countries are joining the 2010 Paris Agreement, and many of them have joined hands in terms of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050, and so did Korea. And we, Gyeonggi Province, is having its first global net zero forum. We're also working with local governments in here and overseas to achieve net zero. To achieve net zero, we need to make sure we have daily activities and we need to engage citizens. And carbon neutrality is the key to transform our economy and society. So it is a very big challenge for us. We need to encompass companies, government, public sector, and citizens in order to achieve this daunting challenge. And today, we would like to highlight our dedication to reduce greenhouse gas emission. I believe today's event is very meaningful in that front. And we in the government will also do our best by providing financial support and policy support in order to achieve carbon neutrality goal. I hope that we can all have a meaningful time to encourage people's participation in our effort. Thank you very much for your participation.
네, 고맙습니다. Thank you, Acting Governor Oh Byung-kwon, for the opening remark. Moving on, there will be welcome remarks by CEO Choi of Korea Green Foundation. Please give him a warm round of applause. Welcome all of you to the forum. Today, we are now at the transition of human civilization. Personally, I believe it's been 40 years since I entered into the environment movement. The biggest local government, which is Gyeonggi Province government, is making effort for carbon neutrality, and for this end, Gyeonggi Province is hosting this forum. I feel very grateful for this forum. A little while ago, Nobel Prize laureate said that the urgent things that are threatening our human society is, first of all, climate and environmental crisis, and second is nuclear war, and third is something that we are suffering from now. Now it is infectious disease. Well, infectious diseases will be disasters compared to climate change. If we do not experience something, we think that that problem is not serious. However, by 2050, we have to achieve carbon neutrality. And we are having this forum under the topic of carbon zero goal. So without achieving carbon neutrality, we cannot survive in this crisis. In the UK, there is a Conservative Party, and the Prime Minister Gordon Brown from that party said that if we do not make any special efforts, he said that we will face bigger disaster than the two Cold Wars we experienced in the 19th century. Korea is a very dynamic country, so far we impacted on the environment and we are using lots of energy, but we are a dynamic country, so if we join forces and if we come up with good business model, I believe that we can overcome this crisis. I think that this is a great opportunity for us to overcome the economic and crisis. And we have many officials from the government, and by joining forces by 2030, we can reduce carbon emissions by 40%. And at 8 years from now, we'll determine our destiny by 2050. So we should not be hesitant. We have to speed up to overcome the crisis. If we save the nature, nature can save us. And 13 years ago, we came up with this slogan, and let me finish with this slogan. Stop CO2, go action. Go action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Choi. I really appreciate your wonderful remarks. And next, we would like to have congratulatory remarks by Mr. Jin YOON from the National Assembly. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Before I begin my speech, the MC talked about the paperless forum, but I brought my paper. I'm very sorry for that. And in Gyeonggi-do Assembly, we are trying to transition from paper to online e-version of documents. I will try to cut down on the paper usage in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome all of you to Global Net Zero Forum. This is Jin YOON from Gyeonggi-do Assembly. And climate change is the biggest task for human society. Today's forum is to discuss about ways to achieve net zero, and I believe that this is a very meaningful event. I would like to thank Mr. Oh Byung-gun, Acting Governor of Gyeonggi Province, and Mr. Kim Hyung-gun, President of Environment Research Institute, and all the people who have organized and hosted this meaningful event. Let me also thank all the participants and experts who will speak today. And in August 9th of this year, the government have enhanced its goal to achieve net zero. And in order to stop climate change, we need to limit the CO2 emission along with other greenhouse gases. In order to achieve net zero, the central government, local government, companies, and citizens need to work together and discuss our way forward. Through today's event, we hope to learn from other countries or other local organizations or NGOs that will give us insights for future endeavor. Let me once again congratulate you on the Global Net Zero Forum, and I really hope that we can make another step forward in terms of achieving net zero. We in the Assembly will do our best. Thank you very much.
네, 부의장님의 축.
Thank you, Vice Chairman, for your remarks. And moving on, there will be a remark by Chairman Jang Dong-il of Urban Environment Committee of Gyeonggi-do Assembly. When he steps up to the stage, please give him a warm round of applause. Thank you very much. I am Jang Dong-il, Chairman of Urban Environment Committee of Gyeonggi-do Assembly. And I heard that there has been a melting of the snow, permanent snow in the Kilimanjaro. And in this May, there was a snow in Seolang Mountain. So I was really surprised. And this is all because of global warming. And by 2030, we want to reduce the carbon emission by 40%. That's our target. And I think that that's kind of an ambitious target for us compared with other countries. And there is an industrial complex in our area, and I had a chance to talk with relevant people, and they say that they face lots of difficulties in doing businesses. And there is a concern that they may transfer the cost to consumers, and we have to develop technologies, and there are many things that we have to do, but climate change tackling is something that we have to do. So at our Urban Environment Committee, we have a commitment, and we want to do utmost effort to support the government and Gyeonggi-do's initiative. And especially we have Acting Governor Oh Byung-kwon from Gyeonggi Province, and we have CEO Chair from the Korea Green Foundation, and we have many VIPs here with us today. I'm very honored to be with you today. Thank you very much.
네, 위원장님.
Thank you very much for your wonderful remarks. Next is another congratulatory remarks by President Kim Hyun-kwon of Gyeonggi Environment Energy Promotion Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Recently, the agency has opened its office in Gimpo, and I am heading the organization. I would like to thank Mr. Oh Byung-kwon, the acting governor, and Mr. Cheyar and Jang Dong-il, and Mr. Yoon Sun-jin, chairman of Carbon Neutrality Committee. And let me also thank Chairman Cheyar of Korea Green Foundation. Globally, responding to climate change is the biggest importance. And Korea is also striving to achieve carbon neutrality. However, things are very worrying because Gyeonggi Province has the largest number of companies in Korea, and of 15 regions, it uses the most amount of energy. And however, energy independence is the lowest in Korea. Although it is establishing a lot of energy co-ops, and there were some achievements. However, the ratio of renewable energy is half that of Korea's national average. In order to achieve carbon neutrality and energy independence, we will not be able to use energy that is generated from outside. In order to continue growth in the province, we need to be producing the energy that we will use. So how can we make sure that we pull together to enable energy transition and achieve energy independence? That will be directly linked to the fate of Gyeonggi province. I believe that Gyeonggi province needs to have a mid and long-term strategy and plan based on the government's plan, and at the same time encourage engagement and participation of general public. I believe that if we join hands with the residents and the leaders, we can do it. We in the agency will do our best. I would appreciate your kind support. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다. 진흥원장.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Moving on, we will have an award ceremony for government officials, citizens, and groups. They make a great effort to achieve carbon neutrality of Gyeonggi province. The awards will be presented to 3 government officials, 3 individuals, and 3 groups. Also, there is one winner of new and renewable energy and energy saving contest of energy class. So there are 10 awardees in total. If I call out your names, please come up to the stage. Let me call out the names of awardees. Park Sun-young, Park So-yoon, 장미라, 한연우, 윤기석, 최대영, 문산수학 High School, Environmental Education Center, Korea Gas Safety Corporation, and Kim Rae-won. So the awards will be presented by first Vice Governor of Gyeonggi Province, Oh Byung-kwon, who is acting Governor of Gyeonggi Province. Please come up to the stage. The awardees and acting governor will exchange greeting each other. So would you face each other, please? So attention, thank you very much, and congratulations. So we will present the award to each awardee. Citation, Assistant Director Park Sun-young of Goyang City. You as a government official pushed ahead with climate change project actively with strong sense of responsibility to make a great contribution to carbon neutrality of Gyeonggi province. I hereby cite for your contribution. Acting Governor Oh Byung-kwon. Congratulations. Congratulations once again. Citation, Assistant Director Park So-yoon of Suwon City. Contents are the same. Congratulations once again. Citation, Assistant Director 장미라 of Yeoju City, and the contents are the same. Citation, 한연우 from Suwon City. You have actively conducted clinical change response activity with volunteering activity and spirit of sacrifice, and made a significant contribution to promoting new and renewable energy, and I hereby cite for your contribution. 27th October 2021, First Vice Governor Oh Byung-kwon of Gyeonggi Province. Citation, Yoon Ki-seok from Osan City. You have actively conducted clinical change response activity with volunteering activity and spirit of sacrifice, and made a significant contribution to enhancing energy efficiency. I hereby cite for your contribution. 27th October 2021, First Vice Governor Oh Byung-kwon of Gyeonggi Province. Citation, Choi Dae-young from Yongin City. The contents are the same. Congratulations. Citation, Bunsan Suak High School. You have actively conducted clinical change response activity with a volunteering activity, and you made a great contribution to enhancing energy efficiency. 27th October 2021, First Vice Governor Oh Byung-kwon of Gyeonggi Province. Congratulations. Citation, Environment Preservation Center, and the contents are the same. Congratulations. Citation, Korea Gas Safety Corporation. You have actively conducted clinical change response activity with volunteering activity and spirit of sacrifice, and you contributed to promoting new and renewable energy. 27th October 2021, First Vice Governor Oh Byung-kwon of Gyeonggi Province. Last but not least, citation, Media Sector, Misa Elementary School, Kim Nae-won. You won a prize in the 2021 New and Renewable Energy and Energy Saving Contest of Energy Class hosted by Gyeonggi Province and organized by Seongnam Consumer Citizens Group. 27th October 2021, First Vice Governor Oh Byung-kwon of Gyeonggi Province. Congratulations. Congratulations once again. So there are 10 awardees in total. So if you prepared the flower bouquet, now is the time to present the flower bouquet to the awardees. So once again, there are 10 awardees in total. And you must be very pleased and happy, but they are wearing masks, so you cannot see their expressions. So I'd like to give them a chance to express their gratitude. So if I say attention, you can say thank you. So 10 awardees, congratulations. Thank you. Moving on, there will be commemorative photo-taking session between the acting governor and 10 awardees. So once again, please give them a big round of applause. So congratulations once again. I'd like to ask awardees to go back to your seats. And I'd like to kindly ask Vice Mayor to take photos continuously. And there will be a keynote speech shortly. And before then, there will be a photo taking session of participants. So I'd like to ask all the participants and VIPs to come up to the stage for photo taking.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. Please return to your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you. The first Governor Oh has to excuse himself due to another schedule. So he will be excusing himself. And after this, he is going to take a tour of the exhibition booth. Next, we would like to have a keynote speech. The first keynote speaker is the winner of 2021 Goldman Award, which is touted as the Nobel Prize of Environment. Ms. Kimiko Hirata is the director of Climate Network, which is a Kyoto-based NGO. She carried out anti-coal power plant in Japan. Let us meet her through a pre-recorded video.
Hello, my name is Kimiko Hirata from Kiko Network, based in Tokyo, Japan. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Yoon and Korea Green Foundation, as well as Gyeonggi Provincial Government, to give me an opportunity to speak today. By now, we all know that decarbonization is inevitable in order to achieve safer climate for all. But today, I would like to emphasize that this is really a time to act. I'd like to take a moment to look at where we are at now. Global CO2 emission trends. This is continue to rise by now, and especially last 2 decades, emission increase trend is sharper than previous years. This means that we are not able to even start emission reduction, and we get things more serious in terms of the climate crisis. And as a result of that, global mean temperature rose 1.1 degrees centigrade from pre-industrial level. And I combined two graphs here. On the left is past emission, and then on the right is a projection of emission decrease. In order to achieve 1.5 degree goal, which is the global objective for now, we have to reduce emission very sharply by 2030 to achieve over 50% reduction globally. And if we cannot take this trend, the chance to achieve 1.5 global warming trend goal can be lost. So chance is already very narrow. Sometimes I explain this graph as Mount Fuji's graph, and on the left, this is really the image of Mount Fuji. But from now, the angle to reduce emission by 2030 is actually the sharper than angle of the Mount Fuji. This shows how challenging that our action that needs to be happen. But this is because we delay the action by now. We really have to achieve this goal. And this means we have to tackle this coal, because coal is the biggest cause of climate change. In order to be compatible with 1.5 degree goal, emission from coal has to reduce 80% by 2030. So it has to be 1/5 by 2030 globally. This is a sharp reduction. So we could say that without tackling coal issue, we cannot achieve 1.5 goal. And there are positive political trends last few months or last 1 year. Over 120 nations declared to commit to achieve 2050 net zero, and many developed countries enhanced their 2030 targets, including South Korea and Japan. The level of ambition is not enough, so we have to ask and push our government to enhance the target further. But trend is positive. So what to do with this target? Commitment is made, but implementation isn't remain to be seen. In case of Japan, compared to the actual greenhouse gas emissions, 2050 net zero target, as well as 46 to 50% reduction by 2030 is still very, very challenging. We have to accelerate the speed of emission reductions. And in order to reduce over 50% by 2030, we have to tackle with big emitting sources. In case of Japan, that's coal power, followed by transport, LNG gas power, steel, and chemical. Without changing these economic activities, we are not able to reduce emission reduction by half. So this is a challenge to change our structure of economic activities. But we are not really in a good situation for now. 165 coal power is under operation and 9 units are still under construction. I have received this Goldman Environment Prize because I spent most of my time to stop building new coal in Japan. And 17 units were canceled mostly because of our grassroots campaigning. That was good, but still we have to, change this coal power generation to renewables. We need more actions in Japan. And we have to take advantage of positive steps by local governments and companies. In Japan, 464 local governments already declare net zero, That includes 40 out of 47 prefectural governments. That covers most of the Japan's land, which is positive. And also companies stepped up to join global international initiatives, including science-based target, TCFD, for disclosure of climate-related financial information, and renewable energy RE100 initiatives. Many Japanese companies joined this global initiative, meaning that they do have to implement by themselves. We are ready to take actions by companies and by local governments. So what we need to do for now is to accelerate implementation. This is really a time to do this. Changing the course from increase to decrease needs power, and that power should be exercised by you and us, by civil societies. We are the power to mobilize companies and local governments and work with local government and companies. And our fights at coal power in Japan were mostly done by locally. So we are the actors to realize the decarbonization for our future and future generation. Let's continue work together to achieve our common goal of safe climate. Thank you very much for listening.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. Well, she received the Goldman Award, which is the environment version of Nobel Prize. I would like to thank Ms. Kimiko Hirata for her wonderful speech. And next speaker is Mr. Yoon Jin, Chairman of Carbon Neutrality Committee, under the theme of Korea's Challenge and Opportunity for 2020 Net Zero. And ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Yoon Jin. Thank you for the introduction. And I would like to thank Gyeonggi Province for organizing this wonderful forum and inviting me as a speaker. As was mentioned before, Gyeonggi-do is the biggest metropolitan area in Korea, and it has a lot of businesses operating in its territory. And if Gyeonggi-do does well, I believe the rest will automatically follow. And I am given a very short amount of time, so I would like to deliver the highlight of my presentation. I am going to talk about the challenges and opportunities of Korea for 2050 carbon neutrality. Let us not be just overwhelmed by the challenge. Let us think of it as an opportunity to coexist with the nature and to reinvent ourselves. This is a golden opportunity to renew ourselves and coexist with the nature. So this is a very important opportunity, so let us be optimistic. So let me talk about the definition of carbon neutrality. It is not just being discussed in Korea, but in global society. So everyone would agree with how important it is. I believe today's conference is very meaningful, and its name is Global Net Zero Forum. So net zero is a state of zero emission. However, we need to minimize the CO2 and greenhouse gas emission, and we need to make sure that the emitted CO2 is absorbed by forests and etc. And the leftover CO2 should be offset through technology. And by doing all that, we can achieve net zero. However, what's most important is to reduce emission itself in the first place. And then we need to work to reduce the amount of leftover CO2s. And this is an IPCC report that was released in August this year. And this is the AR6 report. And 3 years ago, IPCC published a special report. However, compared to the previous report, the AR6 said that by 2040, we will face a temperature increase of 1.5 Celsius degree, which is 10 years earlier than the previous estimation. And most importantly, that temperature rise is due to human activity. So the AR6 included that strong message. Already, the global average temperature increased by 1.09 Celsius degree compared to pre-industrialization era. So by 2050, we need to achieve carbon neutrality. So this has now become an international norm. So more countries are joining in declaration for carbon neutrality by 2050. Yesterday, Australia gave a pledge explicitly citing the year 2050. Before, it didn't mention specific year, but it has now set forth an exact year. So as such, carbon neutrality has become a norm. And by 2030, many countries have increased the reduction target by 2030, and many countries have elevated their reduction target by 2030. However, that increase is not sufficient to achieve 1.5 Celsius degree. According to IPCC, to achieve 2050 carbon neutrality, the global carbon emissions should be reduced by 45% by 2030. Of course, this is a global average, so the number would vary from a country to another. But it is important to remember that even the elevated reduction target is not sufficient to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. So we need to elevate the target every 5 years. So it is time for global players to enhance their target as time goes by. So carbon neutrality is not just in Korea, it is a global agenda. And climate crisis gives two challenges for us. First is natural disaster and other physical problems like droughts and torrential rain and etc. that leads to damages in goods and human life. And second of all, in order to achieve carbon neutrality, we need to change economic order and trade order. If we do not respond to this correctly in the right manner, economic problem or trade problem will lead to a very serious situation. So transition is a very important challenge for us on top of physical challenges. However, if we can overcome the two challenges, we can move another step further to a better status. And Korea announced its plan to achieve carbon neutrality last year. And from 2019, we have been discussing about the goal. And in the last year, President Moon declared his Korea's goal of carbon neutrality by 2050, and that gave rise to our Committee on Carbon Neutrality. And the Green Growth Framework Act was passed in the National Assembly. And we created a scenario to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, which was passed in the National Assembly. And maybe today it will be finalized through National Assembly meeting. Our committee is a public-private governance organization. We discuss amongst ministries. And if things are not working, we are working as a coordinator. And it is also an organization for social dialogue. So the committee is aimed at representing different interests or problems. And people are having different opinions on the target. And that is why we need to engage people in social dialogue in order to coordinate differing opinions. And we have internal meeting, and we have 8 divisions, and we also work with groups or different entities, including the local governments, youth groups, and etc. And we continue cooperation and discussion with them. And we make sure that climate change and its related cost will impact Korean population as a whole, and that is why we want to engage every one of the Korean population in our discussion and dialogue. And already we had a public hearing related to that. And this is the trend of Korean greenhouse gas emission. And we need to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. But compared to other OECD countries, the manufacturing accounts for a big chunk of Korean economy. And this is posing another threat or challenge to Korea. And the scenario of carbon neutrality is to pursue carbon neutral society which is safe and sustainable to climate change. And it has 5 principles. And this is the draft scenario that was announced in August this year. There are 3 options. And this shows a blueprint of a society that we can achieve. And the first option includes 40,000 of external or foreign reduction. And the second option also has LNG as a buffer. In the 2 cases, no matter how we activate the CCUS, we cannot achieve zero emission in Korea. So after collection, gathering, and discussion, we had 2 final options, A and B. And the 2 options all include making carbon emission zero in Korea. And compared to the previous version, we enhanced the NDC goal to 40% reduction compared to 1918. And there is differentiated application of the principle. However, we are now seeing a very big divide in the public. Many people are opposed to the new scenario. However, we want to engage the population and discuss how to achieve it instead of just setting up a goal and announcing it to the people. So taking action is very important. And we are now coming up with surveys and research and public education. However, many people are not willing to pay extra costs to achieve carbon neutrality, and they are reluctant to shoulder the inconvenience or extra costs. So thinking of that, we need to continue sharing information and reach social consensus and carry out social dialogue in order to achieve carbon neutrality. And I regret that I do not have enough time to cover all that, but there are so many tasks that should be addressed in order to achieve carbon neutrality. Korea is a carbon-intensive society and economy. We need to change our paradigm, and we need to change our lifestyle. And that is not going to be easy. That's why we need to achieve social consensus, and based on the consensus, we can engage people in participation. So carbon neutrality is a must. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. You gave us a presentation under the topic of Korea's challenges to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. Thank you very much for your presentation once again. And this concludes the opening ceremony. And outside this conference hall, you can hear carbon neutrality policy of local governments, and there are exhibitions by governments and organizations for carbon neutralities. And you can experience diverse hands-on booths. So I'd like to ask VIPs to refer to this for your future plans. And we will continue with this forum shortly. We will have a short break, and we will resume the session at 11:15. So you will have a 50-minute break, and we will start the first session at 11:15. Thank you.
네, 자, 2020
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to continue the forum. We would like to have speakers' presentation. The theme of the first session is the status of local government's energy independence and challenges for net zero. We have a moderator of the session, Professor Jung So-young of Korea University. Thank you very much. Deputy General Park Sung-nam of Gyeonggi-do Environment Bureau, and Director Matt Costell of U.S. Embassy in Korea, and Mr. John Bogart, Head of Section at the EU Delegation to Korea, and Mr. Ko Jae-kyung, Chief Researcher of Gyeonggi-do Research Institute, and Ms. Jin, Korea Green Foundation. And Ms. Jin will be presenting through a pre-recorded video. Thank you very much. This is Jung So-young, Professor of Korea University. I am very happy to attend this remarkable forum that was hosted by Gyeonggi Province. And nowadays, the most important topic, social topic, is carbon neutrality or net zero. Well, all the climate-related problem needs to be addressed through carbon neutrality or net zero. And the former governor of Gyeonggi Province was also very interested in resolving climate issue, and he has been very active in terms of activity. And I believe as a result, we're having this wonderful forum today. And we have 5 speakers for session 1. We have foreign and Korean speakers. So I will be speaking in Korean. And in this session, we will talk about why local government needs to talk about net zero. In Paris Agreement, they highlight the importance of bottom-up approach, not top-down. Well, in the past, it was top-down, but nowadays, voluntary involvement is very important in order to achieve the net zero. In 1990s, there was Agenda 21 that was adopted, and that was the starting point in the climate endeavor. And there was also local government's role that was highlighted in the regional government agenda. So according to the local government agenda, local governments and local communities are discussing how to sustainably address climate issue. And in many countries, local government agenda is not being discussed. However, in Korea, we are very active on that front. And that's why when we are talking about carbon neutrality, we have a lot of policy in place. And in this area too, local government is very, very important. And Korea is doing better than many other countries. And we need to make sure that we lead the international effort to address our own problem and address global challenge. I believe this is very important. And in that light, today's speaker will give us great insights in the local government's efforts. And let me introduce the first speaker from Gyeonggi Province, Mr. Park Sung-nam. And I will give 10 minutes per each speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. I am Deputy Director Park Sung-nam from Gyeonggi Province. So today I'd like to briefly talk about the direction of carbon neutrality at Gyeonggi Province and then initiative and challenges in the future. And this is the greenhouse gas emission status of Gyeonggi Province. And you can see that in 2018, emission was 130 million tons. And we have lots of factories concentrated here, and it's a very populous city. So industry and industrial process emits lots of emissions. And we also have road and transportation. They are also main culprit of CO2 emissions. And in 2005, we had a target, but our population is increasing continuously, so we couldn't achieve the target of 2005. So what kind of efforts have been made in Gyeonggi province? We have made a great efforts. So first of all, we declared the climate crisis as a local government so that we make it mandatory to achieve carbon neutrality. And in September 2020, we joined PPCA, or Powering Past Coal Alliance. This is an alliance where members voluntarily withdrew the investment in coal production. And in September 2020, we declared the coal phase-out finance to promote carbon neutrality. So this is to discourage companies to invest in coal production. And in May 2020, we declared P4G, local government carbon neutrality. And in 2015, we came up with the Gyeonggi Province Energy Vision 2030. That means that by 2030, we will increase the renewable energy proportion up to 20%. But as you know well, there are lots of fuel or coal-fired power plants in Gyeonggi Province. And even though we are producing and providing lots of renewable energy, we couldn't meet the target. Even though we provide renewable energy, but at the same speed, the fossil fuel is also increasing. And on the other axis, we have a greenhouse gas reduction roadmap by 2030 by 31.2%. And we have to make an effort to make a transition to low-carbon society. And for this end, we announced Gyeonggi Province Green New Deal project. First of all, we have to establish ecological safety net, and we have to facilitate economy based on low carbon. And thirdly, we are carrying out diverse activities to encourage engagement of residents. And to lay the foundation to achieve carbon neutrality of Gyeonggi Province, we have a plan for Gyeonggi Province by 2050. First of all, we are in the process of establishing climate change response plan of Gyeonggi Province. And we will adjust our plan, our detailed plan, in line with the national plan. And we will also come up with the emission amount as well. So it will be very detailed information. And then we need to come up with the local government's ordinance for carbon neutrality of Gyeonggi Province. And as the moderator mentioned, there should be engagement of civil society. So there should be some kind of collaboration to come up with the ordinance. And thirdly, when allocating budgets, we will consider the greenhouse gas emissions. Based on that, we will establish a policy. So we call it carbon recognized budget system. We outsource this system to set the target and to come up with the institution. And once this plan is completed, we will introduce carbon recognized budget system from 2023. So this is about energy transition. So we have some pilot cities for PV installations. And at the same time, we are utilizing public land to expand solar plants. And we are providing one-stop support for energy diagnosis and facility improvement. So in the new energy sector, so many people are talking about EV, electric vehicle, and other initiatives. But for Gyeonggi province, we are focusing on hydrogen energy. So in Pyeongtaek port, we will establish carbon neutral complex, and we are establishing Ansan City pilot complex. To make a green city, we want to make sure that energy is produced by hydrogen. And in Pyeongtaek City, we have a plan for hydrogen transportation complex. There are lots of cars in Pyeongtaek City that are emitting lots of greenhouse gases and CO2. And if we convert that into hydrogen, that will be very beneficial for the environment. And there is a port as well, so we will cover the port and road transportation at the same time. And this is a plan to reduce greenhouse gases in our daily lives. There are many different plans, and this is about greenhouse gas reduction. But at the same time, you can say that through this plan, we can reduce the amount of fine particles. For example, we have to reduce the amount of waste, and we have to achieve the circular economy. So this is a plan. But in the end, there should be engagement of citizens. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to achieve carbon neutrality. So in Gyeonggi province, we have a carbon neutrality committee. And at the same time, we have the carbon neutrality, the resident committee. These are efforts to raise awareness about carbon neutrality, and moving beyond, it's time to do action. So we have to make sure the resident can do action. So for that end, we'll make sure that carbon neutrality program can be conducted. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, we have heard from Mr. Park about how Gyeonggi is doing in terms of energy independence, and Gyeonggi province is doing very well according to his presentation. And one recommendation, though, I believe Gyeonggi province needs to move beyond itself, and you need to join international networks. Well, arriving at the venue today, I'll be going to Glasgow. I feel like I'm already in Glasgow. This is an open environment with a howling sound. So this is not a conventional conference venue. And, well, I believe it is time for Gyeonggi province to build policies and maybe promote your policies overseas. And maybe policy experts need to participate in that process in order to promote and disseminate Gyeonggi province's policy worldwide. Thank you very much. And next speaker. Actually, when talking about climate change, Europe played a very big, important role so far. And the United States, although it played important role, but during Trump administration, things were not that ideal. But with the new administration, the United States is back with formidable climate leadership. So with the Biden administration, climate change policies will play a very important role worldwide. And I believe it is very important to hear from Mr. Matt Costell, Director of the United States Embassy to Korea, on the United States policy.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Matt Costell. I am working in U.S. Embassy to Korea. I would like to deliver my presentation in English.
Thank you again to the Gyeonggi government for hosting this important event, and for all the delegates and people who will be contributing to it. So I really want to applaud the Gyeonggi government's actions on climate, and to meet the 2050 net zero goal and do things like establish the carbon neutrality committee that you have within your own government. That's all really important. So as Professor Chung said, climate change is a major priority for President Biden and for the United States. Once President Biden took office, he took a series of steps that would put fighting the climate crisis back at the forefront of U.S. foreign policy. So he appointed John Kerry, a former Secretary of State, as Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, and he gave Special Envoy Kerry a seat in the National Security Council. That's part of a recognition by President Biden that fighting climate change is a national security priority. And if you look across the United States government, all the ministers, all the cabinet secretaries have announced a comprehensive effort to fight climate change. Even traditional security areas like the Department of Defense. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin has said, we need to fight the climate crisis because it's a national security priority. So the first thing President Biden did was put it back on top of the agenda. On January 20th, which was his first day in office, the United States announced it would rejoin the Paris Agreement. And his team, even leading up to that January 20th date, put in place a series of steps. So every embassy around the world went to the host capital and said, look, we're coming back in the Paris Agreement. We want to fight climate change. We want to work together because we recognize this is a global effort. And this is something that the United States or the EU or Korea or any country cannot accomplish alone. We have to do it together. We have to work cooperatively. So the United States views on the Paris Agreement, President Biden views it as extremely important. I'll talk about all of the aspects that are on this PowerPoint. But the main thing is it has to be ambitious. And we think, our experts think, that 1.5 degrees of warming is still in reach. And that if we take concerted action now and at COP26 in the coming days, that we have a real chance to keep 1.5 degrees of warming within reach and definitely stay below that 2 degree of warming boundary. So yeah, the COP26, we're calling all countries we hope will announce ambitious targets. I'll talk a little bit about our reaction to Korea's target later, but it's good. We're really happy with it. Accountability, so we want all countries to take it seriously and take serious steps to implement their commitments. This is another area where I will applaud the Republic of Korea and the government of the Republic of Korea and the Presidential Commission on Carbon Neutrality, because there's been a real science-based, vigorous, analytical approach to Korea's NDC, where we know that when that 40% target is laid out, there's a serious whole of government effort to meet that and to make sure it's credible and that the government is accountable to the 40% target that it's going to put forward, that President Moon will put forward at COP26. Adaptation is also something where we want to work with developing countries to make sure that they don't feel too much of the effects of climate change, especially in vulnerable populations. Financial assistance, President Biden has pledged to work with the legislature and within his own executive branch to find ways to increase financial flows, to increase investment into green technology and adaptation and mitigation. The United States NDC, President Biden announced in April at a leaders summit on climate, 50 to 52% below 2005 levels. And one of the points I want to make about the US NDC that's especially relevant for this forum today is it really relies on sub-national efforts. It relies on on our states, on our cities, on NGOs, on private businesses to make this a reality. It's not something that the federal government can just push from the top down. And I think even during the previous administration, when climate change was not a priority, you still saw a lot of climate action being taken by the states or cities. You know, California, for example, put out emissions regulations on vehicles that the rest of the country ultimately adapted in practice because California is such a large market. So the Gyeonggi province has a similar opportunity to set the example, to set leading policies that then percolate out through the national system, especially with the backing at the federal level, which we have in the United States and we have here in Korea as well. One other thing I'll mention about how we're accomplishing our goals is going to be the decarbonization of the electricity grid by 2035, which President Biden has called for. There's a massive effort in the United States to roll out solar power, wind power, renewables, invest in more renewable energies. And the view is we're doing this, A, because it's the right thing to do for the climate, but also economically it's the right thing. It creates more jobs, it creates better paying jobs, President Biden has said he hopes it will create union jobs. And we think that even the climate case aside, there's an economic case to be investing in these green technologies and moving away from old assets like coal power. International cooperation, again, President Biden has really made this a priority in all his engagements with world leaders. He's encouraging strong climate action. Secretary Kerry, Special Envoy Kerry has been here to Korea, he's been to China, he's been around the world, he's really pushing. We really need COP26 to be a coordinated and concerted global effort. And then, let's see. So I'll just talk very briefly about Korea's NDC and the 40% target that was announced. The United States really views that as a step in the right direction. President Moon's the importance he places on the 2050 net zero target is going to be a really important part of his legacy, and we just really applaud Korea's global leadership getting to that 40% number, and the United States wants to continue to work with the Republic of Korea to strengthen targets and implementation worldwide. So the final thing I'll say is Uri Earth. We have a U.S. Embassy climate network. It's called Uri Earth. You can go to any of our social media pages. Maybe I'm saying it wrong in Korean, but Uri is an hour, Uri Earth. Go check it out, join, especially if you're a young person and you want to take action against climate, because we want to hear your voice. All right, thanks.
Thank you. 네, 짧은 시간이지만 미국
Thank you very much. Within 10 minutes, we could hear the U.S. government policy to climate change issues. What is the big difference between the U.S. and Korea? The U.S. has a federal government system. That means that there is a central government. For the central government to implement climate change, there can be more diverse issues because there are lots of local governments with sovereignty. So there is a possibility for local governments of the U.S. to have more independence. And there is a constitution in the U.S. And in the U.S., the courts are playing a crucial role for adjusting institutions, and Congress is also playing a crucial role. So things are more complicated and structure is more complex in the U.S. And myself, I witnessed that in the Washington City, and through climate change, we have to make sure that we can create more jobs, and they want to restore the leadership in the U.S. And the CIA director had an interview with the New York Times and said that climate change is a top priority in the U.S. and it is more important even than intelligence. And there are lots of collaboration with local governments as well in the U.S. And in the Biden administration, we have to look at the corruption of the infrastructure scandal. And I hope that things go well so that we can enhance collaboration between Korea and the U.S. Thank you very much for your presentation once again. We will move on to the next presentation. We just heard from the U.S. and we'll listen from the EU. And the EU is playing a crucial role to enhance the climate change regime. And we have a Green New Deal policy in Korea, and before that, EU announced a Green Deal policy. And that has been a great reference to Korean government. So I believe that EU is our close neighbor. So we'll listen to the climate change policy from the EU. And Mr. John Bogart will give us a presentation from EU delegation to the Republic of Korea.
Yes, thank you. Good morning still. Thank you very much. My name is John Bogarts. I'm the Deputy Head of Delegation at the EU mission to the Republic of Korea. Thank you very much for this opportunity to take part in the Global Net Zero Forum here. I think it was written in the invitation letter, extremely important indeed that we raise awareness on this issue. I think, and that is one thing that is very noticeable about the European Union. I think that the main source of the ambition and the main source of the climate drive that we have in Europe has really been bottom up, and it's really the citizens that are pushing the governments to be as ambitious as we are, and we hope that this type of movement can also come to Korea, and for that I think these type of events are very important. It's also for me, and you mentioned that the US was more complicated than Korea. I think then the EU might be topping that list of complications. I represent 27 member states, and of course everything that we do needs to be implemented by all these countries, and they have to make their own national plans and do it at the local and the national level. But I think it's something we all have to do together. So we have to do this at the international level, at local level, and we need to build bridges between those levels. And we as the EU delegation have also been working hard to support local government here. So let me get started. If I manage this. So as was mentioned, Europe was the first continent to declare to be climate neutral in 2050. And we have been, it's easy in a way to set targets. And I think what we've been doing over the last few years is to do whatever it takes to make those targets a reality. So today I will present to you kind of the roadmap that the EU has put together in order to actually achieve those targets, believing that we are at a pivotal moment in the world's response to the climate and biodiversity emergencies. Like Matt said, I mean, there is still time, but there is very, very precious little time to act, and we really have to act quickly and robustly. So for that, the EU has put together a very elaborate set of legislation. You can see it here, which we believe will really fully transform the EU economy and its society. I think we'll have a very different continent and a very different world in 10 to 20 years, because we really have to do things very differently. The EU wants to lead by example, and we've been setting ambitious targets. Now recently we decided to reduce our emissions by 55% by 2030. And that is why we call this package the Fit for 55. And so in order to do that, we have also put this in legislation, as Korea has, which we also believe is a very, very important step, so that there is continuity. And so this Fit for 55 package consists of many different initiatives in many different areas where we really need to transform our continent in order to, in a fair, efficient, but also growth-oriented way, because you very often hear that climate change adaptation is costly, but of course the cost of inaction will be immeasurably more and higher than the cost of anything we do. So there are like 6 main lines. We want to generate new jobs and increase competitiveness of the European industry. We want to transform climate, energy, and transport policies. We want to improve health and well-being of European citizens. We want to align our taxation of energy resources with the European Green Deal objectives. We want to increase the use of renewable energy, importantly, and create greater energy efficiency. And all of that should also bring in funds to support vulnerable citizens and regions, and to tackle inequality and energy poverty. Just transition is an important element in Europe. We don't want anybody to be left behind, and therefore we have a just transition mechanism and a climate fund to help people and regions adjust to these changes, and to make good use of the opportunities that will also arise. So it's very important that we decarbonize our current system in order for us to make a green transition. The energy use accounts for 75% of the EU's emissions, so the transformation of our energy system is crucial to achieve our climate ambitions. Saving more energy and using more renewables in the energy we do use is a key driver for jobs, growth, and emission reduction, we believe. And there are a lot of arguments about what the mix should be, but I think in the end, green renewables is the way to go, and we should not be too much distracted from that. We also need to make our transport more sustainable. It represents a quarter of our greenhouse emissions. And there, I think also the European consumers are showing that there's a high demand for zero-emission vehicles. And we hope we can work with on greener sources of energy together with Korea. And we have set ourselves a goal of no more new fuel cars by 2035. But also renovating buildings for greener lifestyles will be essential. So, and then I'll shortly say something again, what I mentioned before, that we should not see this as a threat to growth or a threat to development. We should see this also as an opportunity and an opportunity for industry and for markets to create clean technologies and products and to have a healthy economy. That will have an impact, of course, across in all the value chains in all sectors. But we believe that it can be very beneficial to all. And the EU industry is ready to invest, but it needs predictability and a coherent regulatory framework, which is very noisy, a bit distracting, sorry. What we also don't want to do is, we don't want to be the silly boy of the class, the guy who tries to do everything right, but then just gets bullied by everybody else. So we also will put into place a carbon border adjustment mechanism, which will mean that carbon leakage will be avoided, so that European industry will not be able to move to other parts of the world where they can just go on producing in a much more polluting way. And therefore we also try to provide incentives to other countries to green their policies. And I believe in Korea this is already working. So biodiversity is equally important. We believe we need to have a healthy nature to be able to absorb and to store carbon. So we will work towards a circular, sustainable management of our resources to improve living conditions, maintain a healthy environment, very important in the current conditions, and provide sustainable energy sources. I think as Matt said also, and others, it's crucial that we work together. Nobody can do this alone. It's a global problem and we need to solve this globally. And we want to be a leader in this without being arrogant, without being pushy, but we do think that everybody should do their job. There's no vaccine for climate change, the EU leaders always like to say. And so global engagement and international cooperation is key, and the EU also stands ready to support others to be equally ambitious as us. And we very much hope that next week's conference will really pave the way to a green future. If it doesn't, we'll be in real problem. So I have 2 minutes left. I'm almost there, so no need to put the sign up, moderator. Just to focus a little bit also that we have our bilateral cooperation between the EU and Korea. It has really intensified over the last few years. I really want to commend also Korea indeed for its work. I mean, 2 years ago, I don't think anybody would have believed that Korea would be where it is today. But as the EU, we've also been focusing very much on supporting the local governments here. So we have several programs. You have the low carbon action program, which just concluded, and we have a mayor, we have a city matching program. So we have several programs where we try to share our experience and learn from each other also at the local level. So thank you once again for this opportunity and for this important event. And as I said, indeed, I think the key is now to really spread the word and make everybody aware of the challenge that we're facing, and that we all have to do our bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 네,
Thank you very much for your presentation. You heard the EU story. You heard the program for Fit for 55 package. This is kind of legislation. So there was a consultation among more than 20 countries, and this legislation should be passed. But EU has a very ambitious target, and just transition was also mentioned, and he also mentioned about taxation system. So I believe that there can be an inspiration for Korea. And we will move on to the next presentation.
프레젠테이션으로 가도록 하겠습니다. 이번
The next presenter is from Gyeonggi Research Institute. We would like to invite Dr. Ko Jae-kyung on the role of local government in terms of carbon neutrality. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ko Jae-kyung from Gyeonggi Research Institute. Thank you for the introduction. Today, I would like to talk about local government's role, including Gyeonggi Province. Worldwide, carbon neutralization is becoming a very important issue, and each country has set up a goal to reduce greenhouse gas emission and to curb the temperature rise to 1.5 Celsius degree. However, there is a gap between each country's NDC and the global goal, and that is where the non-state actors come in. And in 10 local governments, actually, we did a survey on 10 countries with high greenhouse gas emission. When local governments play an active role, they can make significant contribution to the government's reduction. So there are many cases where local governments are more active in terms of declaring net zero or limiting the utilization of fossil fuel. And in Korea, all the local governments have declared carbon neutrality. Last year, in June, 226 local governments have declared an emergency declaration of carbon crisis. And in the next month, Carbon Neutrality Enforcement Coalition was established. And we also have a legal foundation in the Framework Act on carbon neutrality. And the gist of the role of coalition is to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and to achieve social consensus and to discover and support projects and to facilitate transition to carbon neutrality and to come up with joint cooperation. And in P4G, Seoul Green Future event, all the local governments have announced carbon neutrality. And in regional and basic local governments, they are mandated to set up a goal related to carbon neutrality. And some leading local governments are very, very active in terms of their plans to achieve carbon neutrality. However, except for some local governments, many local governments are lacking in terms of substantial or concrete measures to implement that. And Seoul has submitted its plan to reduce carbon to the international society. And let me move on to the role of local governments for carbon neutrality. And the role of local government is being highlighted to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So what can local governments do? Local governments provide a lot of public service and carry out economic activity, so they are main source of greenhouse gas emission. And there are a lot of people living in the urban society. However, they can be the solution to the problem through various activities and efforts. The local governments can have indirect and direct impact on the activities or decision-making process. And it can also provide a testbed to experiment new things. And on top of that, in order to respond to climate change, integrated approach is very important, which is why local governments are more suitable than central government. And citizens' participation is also very important. And because local governments are closer to citizens, they are better positioned to disseminate awareness and promote the activities to nudge changes in lifestyle. However, there are some stumbling blocks for local governments in their pursuit of carbon neutrality. Although there is heightened awareness among the public and local governments are competing against each other with carbon neutrality policies, except for some leading local governments, the overall competency and infrastructure is still fragile. And in most local governments, there is lack of consensus and agreement, not just in the government, but in the private sector. And there needs to be organization, institutional framework, and budget, so they lack infrastructure. And in order to reduce emission, local governments do not have the sufficient authority or responsibility. And that problem was raised by local governments in our survey. Well, they mentioned that in order to link government, the central government goal and local government goal, we need to be linking but the two very closely, and the role of local government should be included in the scenario. And second is to enhance or build competence of local governments. We need to be able to working on best practice sharing and etc. And the third is to empower local governments. And most of the local governments are depending very much on central government subsidy or support. So we need to address situation by providing more power or authority to the local government. And the fourth is a strong regulation from the central government. Although local governments will do their part, but central government needs to play a very important role in coming up with strong regulation. And fifth, there should be division of roles. And with voluntary participation, we may not be able to achieve our target. So there needs to be a clear division of roles between the central and local governments, and the government needs to recommend feasible technologies or alternatives to local governments. And except for a few exceptions, local governments have set a goal of achieving net zero by 2050. However, and at the same time, they have a reduction plan by 2030. But one-size-fits-all policy could do more harm than good. And after a peak, some regions are experiencing a reduction in emission, while some other regional areas are still in the increase trend. So the situation is very different from a region to another. So we need to consider their risks and opportunity of each local government and come up with the right monitoring and planning to meet the different situation. And next, we need to consider local context. And the government has not set up a clear direction for the local government yet, but in order to ensure close cooperation between the central and local governments, we need to provide the right authority and measures to achieve local government's target. And in order to enhance efficiency of contribution, we need differentiated target for each local government. And we need infrastructure and governance for implementation of carbon neutrality activities. And with 2050 carbon neutrality scenario and 2030 heightened emission reduction target, The situation is getting better, but we need to make sure the local governments are equipped with the right infrastructure and competency. So in that regard, one-size-fits-all policy or goal would not be sufficient. We need to think about the right way to move ahead, and we need some information, knowledge and experience so that local governments are well prepared to achieve their own plans to achieve carbon neutrality. And on top of that, there are a lot of cases, best practices in local governments in reducing greenhouse gas emission reduction. So, however, they are not being shared. So we need to establish a platform to share information. And we also need to have a reporting system to enhance integrity or transparency. And at the same time, we need climate response fund or carbon neutrality support center in order to enhance efficiency of the effort. And above all, carbon neutrality is an ongoing effort. It is not a one-off plan. And that is why we need social consensus, discussion, and agreement. And last but not least, in local governments, climate change is closely related to health, job creation, and safety, which is closely related to quality of life. So we need to consider carbon neutrality in the light of climate resilience. Thank you very much. Well, Ms. Go just mentioned a lot of important things, so let me summarize her presentation. Well, as you heard from the United States and Europe, they are very complex, but in Korea, well, central governments are now playing a very important role, and local governments are also participating. And their situation is very different from one to another. So having one single goal can be good, but maybe we can diversify with best practices and etc. And in order to make sure that happens, we need central government support. And because we are a little behind our schedule, we would like to summarize like this. And let us move on to the next speaker, who is Jin from the Korea Green Foundation. She is in Germany, and she will talk about hydrogen. Thank you.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good morning. I am Jin, German expert at Korea Green Foundation, and I am residing in Berlin right now. And working as a freelance correspondent, I am delivering environment and energy news. And I'm asking for your understanding for pre-recording presentation because of time constraint. So I'd like to talk about Germany's hydrogen policy and hydrogen project that can be reference for local governments. So when it comes to hydrogen technology, we want to be the world best. This is what the economy minister of Germany mentioned. And I think that has been echoed a lot when Germany talks about hydrogen policy. That means the German government is very confident and has ambitious targets. So why does Germany focus on hydrogen? So at this moment, proportion of renewable energy accounts for 46% last year out of the total power use. And at the same time, their challenge or issue is energy storage. It's because generation capacity is in balance depending on time, so they need to store energy in case of energy overcapacity and transport efficiently. That is a big challenge of Germany, and the solution is hydrogen. So Germany think that they have to develop hydrogen technology. And last June, the government announced a national hydrogen strategy. Then is that the nation wants to be the world's best when it comes to hydrogen technology and export. And in the end, they believe that green hydrogen made of renewable energy source is sustainable hydrogen. And under that with that mindset, the government is pursuing the policy, and the government decided to invest 7 billion for expansion of hydrogen market, and 2 billion US dollars will be invested for global hydrogen partnership. And it decided to install up to 5 gigawatts production facility for green hydrogen by 2030. And they have a policy to strengthen global partnership for hydrogen market. And last May, the government selected a hydrogen project that includes 62 projects, and they will use 20 billion from the private sector, and the national budget is around 8 billion. So in total, 30 billion euros will be invested. And I'd like to introduce Hamburg Green Hydrogen Hub. And you are looking at Moorburg thermal power plant located in Hamburg port. And centering around Moorburg plant, green hydrogen hub will be installed. And this power plant was acquired by Sweden group Vattenfall. And from February 2015, it was operated by thermal power plants. And according to German government policy of thermal power plant phase out, it stopped operation, and it was used as a storage only. And there was a permanent shutdown in July. And this plant will be transitioned toward green hydrogen power plant by 2025. And if 100 megawatts is installed as planned, it will be the biggest green hydrogen power plant in Germany. And this is Hamburg Green Hydrogen Hub. And this is Moorburg power plant. And there is offshore wind power, on land, onshore wind power, and PV, and this kind of renewable energy will be used to produce green hydrogen, and that will be used for industry, logistics, and mobility. And waste heat will be used for district heating. And for this project, 4 companies built consortium, and Batel is one of them, and Shell is in charge of logistics and customer sales, and Mitsubishi Heavy Industry is in charge of hydrogen technology and engineering, and Hamburg Heating Center is in charge of district heating. This is not the end of story. They are planning additional project to use green hydrogen that is produced in the Green Hydrogen Hub, that is Hamburg Hydrogen Alliance. Airbus, ArcelorMittal, and port authorities and port logistics and marine-related companies and gas institutions and cleaning institutions are consisting this alliance. So green hydrogen will be added into the portfolio of these institutions. So hydrogen economy is covering the entire infrastructure of Hamburg, and it is looking at the EU connection using a port terminal. So you can look at similar blueprints for other main hydrogen projects. So they want to establish entire ecosystem of hydrogen covering in generation, storage, and transportation and utilization. And it will not be one-off or one company involved in this project, rather it will be entire infrastructure. So Hamburg case is transforming the entire city, so it may sound very massive for you. So I prepared a small community-based case. In Esslingen, there is a project named Neue Beste Stadt, and that means New West City. And Neue Beste Stadt is the energy transition complex based on green hydrogen. And within this green line, there is community. And within the land of 100,000 square meters, there will be 450 household and commercial complex, and there will be energy center installed here. And the research centers of universities will move in. And some houses already moved in. An energy center and green hydrogen power plants already installed underground, and total complex will be completed by 2022. And the PV will be used to generate power, and some of the power will be converted into green hydrogen within the complex, and some will be stored, and some will be used for mobility industry. And if needed, some will be converted into power so they can be used within complex. So in the rooftop, there is 4,200 square meters of PV installed. And in the university rooftop as well, PV will be installed. So in total, 10,000 square meters of PV panel will be installed. So green hydrogen production will be 85 tons per year. So that means that is equivalent to the annual energy consumption of 720 households based on 3 household members. And the waste heat will be reused for universities and district heating of households. And if needed, the stored energy can be converted into the power for households and mobility. Unlike Hamburg case, Esslingen project has been already realized. And PV panel have been already installed to produce energy. And this one in this photo is hydrogen tank and green hydrogen power plants has been already installed on the ground. And within this community, hybrid bus are moving, and there is a hydrogen car and EV charging station. So it is very meaningful because this is in the middle of the residential area. And after this is completed, this will be expanded toward other cities. And to increase satisfaction level of citizens and to listen to requirements of citizens, they are conducting social and scientific monitoring from the beginning of the project. And they are reflecting the request of residents during the process. And if you look at diverse hydrogen project of Germany, you can see that it is an entire value chain of hydrogen and centering around green hydrogen from green production, storage, and transportation. They establish value chains so that the total energy use can be reflected. So in the long term, cities will be linked and Germany will be linked to other European countries in the end. So what is the most important thing when a government is promoting their hydrogen policies is job creation. So they highlight that energy transition is a way for job creation. So this is a way to increase the acceptance of residents. So I realized that their branding is very excellent. And they are very good at visualizing blueprints, and their policy is very great. So looking at the policy, you come to realize their vision of hydrogen energy rather than looking at their weaknesses or expressing concerns. And lastly, there is a very interesting map. And there was a general election in the end of September in Germany. And this shows the approval voting of each party. And green area is the area where Green Party ranked first. That has the climate agenda and energy transition initiatives. And there is lots of overlapping with the pilot project of hydrogen project. What is the commonality? These areas, there are many environmentally conscious citizens and there are many university researchers. That means that the perception level of citizens go hand in hand with the energy transition policy. So together with the actual investment policy, there should be promotion to raise awareness of citizens. This concludes my presentation. If you need more information about German cases, please contact me. And I wish you the success of the forum. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. You showed us good cases. Well, hydrogen economy and hydrogen technology is the most expensive technology among many energy sources. But hydrogen technology is coming to us earlier than expected, and Germany is leading hydrogen economy. And you also talked about characteristics of local government to subsidize hydrogen technology. So if you look at if you share best practices, I believe that we can create more jobs using hydrogen technology. Time is almost up, but we have valuable guests. And there may be some questions from the floor, so we'll open the floor so that we can entertain some questions from the floor. Do you have any question?
질문이 없으시면
I guess there is no question, and there is a streaming service online. Then we can select 2 questions from the online so that we can ask questions to the speakers. And first First question goes to Mr. John Vargas from Europe. You saw the Fit for 55, and the most interesting part from the package, from Korea's perspective, is the CBAM, CBAM, or Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism is very interesting. So from the beginning of the policy, there was a strong resistance from vehicle industry, mobility industry, and you mentioned that there is a need to reform the value chain. So in the EU, what kind of incentives are you thinking about to raise acceptance of industry, especially mobility industry? CBAM is a great interest for me as well. So globally speaking, CBAM is a very important buzzword. So can you answer this question very briefly, like within 1 minute? What kind of incentives do you have to increase the acceptance of industry?
Not very precisely, I have to admit. But no, I mean, just really briefly on CBAM, I know it's a very contentious issue here in Korea, but you know, we believe it's necessary to incentivize also other countries, but in particular, and I think maybe in a way this is an incentive. You know, we don't want to disincentivize our own industry to follow the rules, and this is why we need something like CBAM. You know, without a mechanism like this, any producer would just leave the European Union and go elsewhere and produce in a cheaper way. So I think it's in a way to that is in itself an incentive. Otherwise, you know, there are possibilities for taxes. You know, we provide there will be tax benefits for those that can produce and sell in a greener manner, and vice versa. And maybe also to say that, of course, I think the main incentive comes not from the government, but comes from the citizens who are no longer willing to drive and to buy a car that is not driving on green energy. That would be my short answer.
All right. Thank you. 이 탄소 국경 조정
Well, CBAM will be implemented as a pilot basis from 2023 to 2026, and after that it will be fully fledged, and 5 sectors have been selected, and one of them, and that is critical for Korea, is steel sector. And Korea has a steel exporter, so it is related with ETS system. So by maintaining good carbon price, we have to adapt to climate change. At the same time, companies have to maintain competitiveness, and this is a good system from EU.
로
The second question, could you show the question? Well, there will be a lot of questions, but we'll have to close the session in the interest of time. Once again, I would like to thank all the speakers who discussed the case of Gyeonggi, United States, and Europe. Thank you very much.
네,
Thank you very much for your great presentation and discussion. Let me thank the moderator and the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just completed session 1, and the next session will begin at 1:30. Please enjoy your lunch, and we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you very much.
입니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first Global Net Zero Forum. We would like to resume with session 2. In session 2, we will talk about startup companies for carbon reduction, and we'll talk about support measures. We have a moderator, Professor Oh Hyung-na from Kyunghee University. We will hear from Park Hae-rin, CEO of Inomat, followed by CEO Kim Il-hwan, CEO of Fabicon, followed by Ha-eun, CEO of Ionas, and lastly, An Soo-ji, a researcher of Hyundai Motor Company Hydrogen Society Research Team. And we have Mr. Son Jae-kwon, the CEO of The Milk. And let me hand over the microphone to the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Oh Hyung-na, professor of Kyunghee University, the moderator of the second session. Carbon reduction is an opportunity, but at the same time, a challenge. Innovation for carbon neutrality should be driven by the industry and the civil sector. And having this conference and discussing about startups for carbon neutrality here in Gyeonggi province, where there are so many companies, is very meaningful. And in the second session, we have business representatives who are currently striving to reduce carbon emission. First speaker is Park Hae-rin, CEO of Inomat. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Park Hae-rin of Inomat. After NDC declaration and carbon neutrality, many people are keen on how to achieve that goal. In order to achieve carbon neutrality, companies' role is very important. So today, I would like to talk about what the directions we need to take rather than just talking about the solution. From 2018, in Davos Forum, climate change discussion started. So that's when climate change became very important. In the past, climate change was someone else's problem. But nowadays, climate change, it has become a global issue that impacts the economy and the society as a whole. So people became very keen on how to address the problem. Well, I have been working very hard in area of climate change from 2007. I'm a trade major, so I wanted to research on how to materialize carbon reduction in private sector companies. And everything boils down to energy. And energy is very important in Korea. And 86% of Korea's carbon emission is from energy. So energy transition is very important for Korea. But I don't want to just talk about energy sources like PV or wind power. I believe it is more important to talk about systems. Well, for instance, our company, Inomat, manufactures mobile power generator. When we first created this product, some people just criticize why we're making this portable battery. But what we focus on from 2013 is that the pattern, energy consumption pattern is changing. So we need to adapt to the changing consumption pattern. Looking at different data, we can see that the number of mobile users is exceeding the number of PC users. And now we're seeing hyper-connected world. And personalization and connectivity is becoming the norm, and there is great demand for energy. And we're now seeing the creation of new market that we never thought of in the past. And the common theme of energy demand is distribution, fragmented, and consumer-oriented. And at the same time, energy standardization is also different. 5 volt rather than 110 volt in the past. So rather than just transitioning the energy source itself, we need to focus on transitioning the energy system as a whole. That is where InnoMed comes in. Well, my slide doesn't move. Could you check? So from 2014, individualized new and renewable energy generation market has been growing very rapidly. And InnoMed, our company, also wanted to redefine the energy system to ensure that individuals can become the generator, not just consumer. And we didn't just stop at transitioning energy source. We focused on our environmental impact in production, usage, and etc. So many people ask why water hydro generation, not wind power. Well, my answer is that water has higher density than air, so it is very efficient. And all the plastics in our products are reusable. They are high-density polymer. Although they're not big in size, but it does not create harmful substances in its life cycle. So we have produced the product and distributed it, and we were well received by the global community. And a lot of companies in small and large size wanted to incorporate our system. So we have been working with companies, and we provided consulting service for those companies. And there were common denominator in many of our customers. When talking about transition, we need to think about solution as to how to achieve that transition. However, in reality, because we need to run our business, we need to measure how much carbon we emit. So measuring is very important. And it is not that different from losing weight or having health examinations. When you have headaches or when you need to lose weight, you need to first diagnose your body in order to find out why you have headache or why you're getting fat. So without correct diagnosis, you cannot come up with the right solution. As such, as we're celebrating the year 2021, which is a very important starting point for Netzero, it is very important to diagnose where we are. And that's where the baseline comes in. There is scope 1, 2, and 3 to measure our baseline. And you can think about direct emission or indirect emission, like water and electricity. So there is direct or indirect emission sources, and there are other things that are exterior to that. So that is called scope 1, 2, and 3. And this is very important because this is the very basic foundation to answer to questions asked by industries, because you need to know the baseline in order to come up with solution. And if we analyze paint companies or electronics companies, their emission patterns are very different. So their solution should be different too. and they need to come up with a diagnosis, and based on that diagnosis, they need to analyze their solution. And based on that solution, they can come up with the right reduction scenario, whether to invest externally or to reduce CO2 emission internally, and etc. And I believe that the government setting a goal is very important. And after that, the industry companies need to take action to transition to net zero and make contribution to the government's goal. In the last 2 years, I have been providing consulting on carbon reduction, and we also have been internalizing it within Inomat. So let me make 5 suggestions based on my experience. So we have a common goal of 2030 and 2050 to become net zero. So with that ambitious goal in mind, we need to first think about training the leaders and promoting the understanding between leaders and working groups. So we need to train the leaders and working group in order to come up with the common goal. And reaching a common goal or consensus is so important. If you look at Danone company, they failed to achieve good results, and they received very negative response from working group. So we need to cut down carbon emission, but we need to make sure there is a common goal between the leader and working group, and there should be alignment between the two groups. And we are attaching the water K to many things in order to promote Korea. But in climate change, we need to standardize ourselves to UN. So rather than going K climate on this, it is very important to standardize our effort. And no matter how bold our goals or objectives may be, if they are not tangible or reachable, it won't be very effective. So we need to think about sustainable scenario. And lastly, we need to consider our solution strategically. We need to do business. We need to create new value. So how can we achieve new value? By providing personalized solution to enhance people's participation in renewable energy. And Inomat succeeded in terms of that. So maybe you can refer to our efforts in the future. Thank you very much. Ms. Park just mentioned about what Inomat is doing in distributed energy and renewable energy. And she developed new technology and new product for that. And she also mentioned it is very difficult to get recognized about carbon reduction. However, maybe we can become more strategic to come up with business success and to make greater contribution for carbon neutrality. So second speaker is Mr. Kim Il-hwan, CEO of Fabicon.
Good afternoon. I am Kim Il-hwan from Fabicon. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer and Gyeonggi Province for inviting me to this special event. Not only Korea, but also other countries in the world are having lots of international conventions and implementing policies to respond to climate change. And for 2050, net zero policy, we came up with a plan to reduce carbon emission by 30% by 2030. But if you look at the details of the plans, there are not that much area regarding the engagement of citizens. So I believe that engagement of citizens is very essential. And of course, the role of the industry and companies for carbon neutrality is very essentially important, but at the same time, I believe that individual engagement is very important. So I came up with an idea of PCR, and we registered patent this January. And this has, I think this is a patent because it is possible because we have IT and advanced system, and then it can increase the awareness of citizens, and they can reduce the carbon emissions. So we can be K-Eco, exemplary country in the world after K-pop, and we have a great interest in environment, and we have a green card, and we already issued 20 million cards. And many people apply for this card because they are environmentally conscious. But there are many citizens who are not aware of the concept of carbon neutrality. And to address this problem, I believe that PCR needs to be activated to raise awareness of citizens. And as you can see here, carbon emission is reducing as time goes by. However, to achieve enhanced NDC, we have to reduce carbon emission further, so there is a concern by industry. So this is the area that Favicon paid attention to for achieving carbon emission reduction. And as you can see here, that among the greenhouse gas emission, transportation accounts for a fourth, and the passenger cars account for around 60% of the emission. But the modal share of passenger cars are very low, and in 2021, when passenger cars, when they drive 10 million kilos, they emit 2 tons of carbon onto the streets. So lots of money is being used on the streets. So to achieve this goal, we have to facilitate the use of public transportation, and we have to give the benefits to people who use the public transportation. So I believe that this is a measure to motivate people to participate in the carbon neutral policy, and it can bring about lots of effects. And let me simply talk about PCR. So for example, you can compare the carbon emission by passenger cars and with the emission by public transportation, and you can calculate the carbon emission reduction. For the same distance, you may use the passenger car or public transportation, so you can compare these two modes of transportation. As for the passenger car, only 1 or 2 people use it, but for public transportation, lots of people are using it, so public transportation will be more efficient. So let me use the diagram. For example, let me start from the left-hand side. From home, you walk to the bus station and you wait for the bus, and you take the public transportation and transfer and get off the bus, and you go to work. So for this distance, you calculate the carbon emission. And for the same distance, you calculate the emissions by passenger car. And in the Hyunam Highway project, they calculate the greenhouse gas emissions. So we use the same concepts. And passenger car is a main culprit of greenhouse gases, and the modal share of passenger car is less than half of the public transportation. However, it is a main culprit of greenhouse gases. However, the thing is there is a big problem with the brake pad fine articles. And the fine article from the brake pad abrasion is twice higher than the greenhouse gas emission from gasoline and diesel engine. And this is a table regarding public transportation. And the top table shows the public transportation used in the Seoul city, and it is increasing. And with the COVID-19 pandemic, I believe that public transportation use will decrease further. And we have to do some more research, and we think that PCR can be an answer to this problem. And PCR can be a part of the program to achieve the carbon neutrality. And it is encouraging people to use public transportation rather than the passenger cars. So we, for the first time in the world, we registered the patent. And we can achieve two goals at the same time. One is the greenhouse gas reduction, and second is achieving the economic benefits. Then this is the system diagram. This is the PCR certification and transaction system using public transportation data and GPS. And if this system is certified by the government, there can be a transaction directly among citizens. And PCR can be used on app, and it can be downloaded into the smartphone. And every day, people can check the amount of emissions. And through this, this system can alert people regarding the carbon neutrality, and it can serve as a motivation and incentive. And you can see the benefits of PCR. And according to the research data, and greenhouse gas reduction benefit is around 501 per ton. So if 1 million people participate in this program, we can save the money by 1 trillion won. And we already have the relevant point system, and 54 million passenger cars already participated in this program, and that led to the greenhouse gas reduction. And Seoul City government has a similar program, and around 170,000 passenger cars participated to reduce the greenhouse gas reduction. This shows that if we reduce the passenger car uses on the street, we can reduce the greenhouse gas reduction. And I believe that if 1 million people participate in PCR, we can reduce the greenhouse gas reduction by 100 million tons. And if the nation certifies this PCR, individuals can accumulate the PCR and their points, and they can sell the points to the other individuals or companies. And it can work as an opportunity for more people to participate in carbon neutrality, and that can raise awareness. We are carrying out the public campaign of carbon neutrality to encourage 10 million citizens to participate in this program. It is mandatory to reduce the carbon because carbon is very risky to citizens, and if citizens participate in this program, we will give the benefits. And for that end, there should be engagement from the civic organizations and the government and the private sector to encourage more people to participate in this program. And PCR, we believe that PCR will be the strongest mechanism to encourage participation in carbon neutrality program. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. So around the world, in many countries, public transportation accounts for between 14 and 20% of greenhouse gas reduction. And there is a green mobility program, but I believe that public transportation is the best tool to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. I believe that this is a very new approach, PCR, and we have the term of additionality, and we have to, I think that PCR can be controversial, or it can be challenging regarding additionality. We'll move on to the third presentation.
예, 부탁드립니다.
Please start your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ha-eun, the CEO of EONAS. And we created our company name to show that the earth that we create. So let me talk about what we're doing in order to achieve carbon neutrality. Well, the slide won't move. Thank you. Well, Korea declared carbon neutrality by 2050. That is driven by the local government. And it will focus on energy transition and direct and indirect emission reduction. And third, substitution to green vehicles. And we have selected RE100 that can encompass all three areas. Well, last year, beginning with OB Beer, Amore Pacific, Korea Hydro, and Hyundai Motor Group joined the RE100. And every day we are seeing new members joining the RE100. There is one issue. If things go wrong, they can be criticized of greenwashing. And although they are very dedicated to carbon neutrality, if things go wrong, public sentiment will go against them, and that will go out of control. So we need to make sure we have the right executive decision-making process to tackle that. There are many ways to achieve carbon neutrality, and RE100 is one method. So we need to make a plan and implement. It's not going directly 100% renewable energy in one night. However, we have to prepare ourselves because of CBAM and other regulations. And there is a very big trade barrier, including carbon and environment. So it is an existing trade barrier now. And consumers are also focusing value. And Patagonia is the prime example of this new trend. And Fit for 55 was announced as a pilot project, but from 2026, it will be in effect, and we need to be prepared for the inaction. So why do we need to achieve carbon neutrality in capital economy? The biggest virtue is to make good product at low cost. The left product is based on traditional way, and the right side is made by the company that achieved carbon neutrality. And the production cost is 107 won in the left-hand side and 200 in the right-hand side. But if we consider the carbon emission, which is 100 kilogram in the left-hand side and 0 in the right-hand side, then the right-hand side product is more competitive for the consumers. And let me talk about the materialization of carbon neutrality, which is to transition to renewable energy and to enhance efficiency of energy use. And we can utilize this green and clean technology to charge and operate vehicles and make shipments and delivery. So we want to create this virtuous cycle of carbon neutrality. You may have seen this on the newspaper articles. This is an example of OB Beer. They have carried out this project to generate PV power. And the power generated here is utilized to make beer. None of the electricity is sold to power transaction. And we rent the equipments for the customer. So the customer do not need any upfront investment, and they can generate electricity. Although they pay rental costs for us, but the rental cost is lower than the electricity fee. And if you look at the transition ratio, 3 plants have all replaced to solar panel. However, the total transition rate is only 12%. And in other areas like semiconductor, the transition is less than 1%. That is the downside of renewable energy. And one thing that is good about photovoltaic is peak reduction. If we can add ESS, the AI will be applied to ESS. So when the photovoltaic is not working, the ESS serves like sunlight, and that enhances energy generation efficiency. So we hope that we achieve the transition rate of 20%. So how can we transition to 100% renewable energy? This is an example. There is an A factory with 3,000 kilowatt installed capacity, and all is good for promotion and etc. But if you look at the transition, it is only 14%. They cannot get the sticker of RE100. And there is RE20, RE40, RE60, and RE40. 80 and RE100 with various measures. And there is phased roadmap. So I believe that you can utilize your owned land in order to generate electricity, and our customers are aiming to achieve RE100. So how much budget you can invest into RE100 will be a very important issue, and there is additional cost in order to achieve RE100. And in terms of PPA, power purchase agreement, you need to pay for grid utilization, but it is a fixed cost. And for equity investment, it is the most ideal because the power electricity bill will not go up, and the lowest part is self-generation, which is rental model. And we need to apply the support measures in order to revitalize this. And there is a very important and interesting area. And there was a loophole in our society, which is none other than diesel power generator that generates a lot of fine dust and noise. And we think that diesel power generator is not that big, but it is bigger than everyone believes. And it is increasing nowadays even. So diesel power generator rental market is expanding, and it is forecast to achieve $20 billion, which will aggravate the climate situation. What if we can transition into batteries? In California, from 2024, they are banning the usage of internal combustion engine cars. And we are in energy mobility industry. We are like a very big battery. In diesel power generator, we can use this model too. To be more exact, we acquired 100,000 ton of CO2 certificate. You can use it for other purposes, and customers can charge their vehicle using our facility, and they generate carbon while operating their vehicle, but they can redeem it with a certificate. And there are areas where there is no grid, and we can provide last mile service to those areas. So far, I talked about RE100 and mobility and Indigo. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you. Well, in terms of CBAM and global value chain requirements that are requiring the RE100, I believe decarbonization is the new norm. And you have seen great opportunity in this area, and market transition is already happening. It is not just enabled by applying high prices on carbon. I believe it is more important to encourage businesses to make a leap forward.
So the next presentation will be done by CEO Son Jae-gun of the Milk by pre-recorded presentation. Thank you for inviting me to this Global Carbon Zero Forum. Today, my presentation topic is Beyond 2022, the Era of Green Tech 2.0. I am CEO Son Jae-gun of The Milk. The Milk is an innovative media that delivers up-to-date and valuable information to readers. And I myself worked as a special correspondent for 3 years in Silicon Valley, and I also was a visiting researcher in Stanford. And I could experience a lot in Silicon Valley, and we are in the middle of a great change brought by a pandemic between 2020 and 2021, and we can call it as a strategic inflection point. Strategic inflection point is not the simple time of change, rather it is the time where we experience social fundamental change, and I believe many people will agree with this. In particular, COVID-19 has become a pandemic, but I believe that we will enter into the era of new normal where pandemic becomes endemic. And some people say this is an era of living with coronavirus. Especially we are having oral tablet treatment, and the patch treatment will be introduced into the market, and we believe that from 2020, living with coronavirus will be full-fledged. Now it will be back to normal. However, the normal is not the normal that we are familiar with. Rather, it will be a different normal that we are not aware of. And it's not easy to predict how life and business environment will be like, as if nobody expected or anticipated that COVID-19 will come to us. So the world after 2022 will be characterized by unpredictability. Especially last 2 years, there has been a fundamental change. For example, there was a geopolitical transformation. There was a complete decoupling between the US and China, and technical development has been accelerated, and we have experienced digital transformation, but now we are experiencing AI transformation, and there is an environmental counterattack. And in the US and Europe, the sensitivity to environmental changes is bigger than in Korea. And there is a generational transition from millennial to Z generation, and each company is renovating their business model. And I believe there are 5 fundamental changes in a converged manner. I want to use the term of pentavergence. So that means there will be fundamental change, especially after 2020. After 2020, there will be accelerated change, change in the energy and the way of working, and media, finance, and healthcare. And especially for healthcare, there will be a change equivalent to industrial revolution. So there will be immense change in these 5 areas. And the biggest change will happen in energy sector, and this change is having big impact on stock prices, and it is impacting the company's adaptation to this change. We are witnessing the widespread supply of EV, and in the Silicon Valley there will be Green Tech 2.0, and there is significant investment in battery, and the carbon neutrality is a big decision making agenda not only in the government but also companies, and the PV and renewable energy will grow again, so energy growth will come again. So after 2020, at the center of change there will be energy change and carbon neutrality. And the EV is will have the biggest impact on the industry and our daily life. By the year 2030, the EV will account for half of total car sales, and GM already declared that it will not sell EV after 2030. And the photo on the right-hand side is the GM factory in Detroit, and it has become an EV factory, which is very symbolic. And in 2023, the price of gasoline car and EV price will be the same. And in 2025, the price of EV will become lower. And the annual growth rate of EV is 82%, so EV will become a mainstream in the US. And not only Tesla, but also Lucid Motors. This company was listed this year, and it is preparing for production. And the Livian EV truck company is preparing for IPO at this moment. And next, let me talk about Green Tech 2.0. So what is the hottest trend in Silicon Valley? There can be many things, including AI, but I think the hottest trend is green tech or clean tech. And lots of investment are being made, and now we are witnessing transition from 1.0 to 2.0. This is not the first time that we are talking about green tech. Actually, 10 years ago, there was a great investment in green tech, especially PV and alternative energy. However, at that time, it stopped at the stage of ideation. So it was not enough to bring about lots of changes. So Green Tech 1.0 was from 2006 to 2011. However, in 2020, things have changed a lot. After 2018, and especially this year, when it comes to PV, wind power, storage, and the price of these fundamental technologies have become lower, so that means that it came to have price competitiveness. So in the past, people used the new and renewable energy thinking that they have to use them, but now these technologies came to have price competitiveness. And at the same time, AI, machine learning, and deep learning, these technologies have become mature. So now we have an environment to establish green tech companies more efficiently. Accordingly, the investment landscape for green tech has changed a lot. According to PitchBook data, the green tech investment amounted to 8.3 billion in 2018, which is more than double compared to the previous year. At that moment, that was the annual record high. However, this year, the investment amount peaked. And the green tech investment this year is expected to be 25 billion, and this amount is bigger than the total investment of the last 3 years. And this is actually bigger than the investment made during the Green Tech 1.0 age. So in the Silicon Valley, many people say that the Green Tech 2.0 era already started. The most active venture capitalist in Green Tech 2.0 era is Chris Saka, and his venture capital low carbon capital is a representative case. Chris Saka established VC named Low Case Capital, and in the early 2010, he invested in Twitter, Airbnb, and Uber. And it was kind of early investment. He could gain great wealth, and he has great influence in Silicon Valley. However, suddenly he declared retirement. About 1 year after that, he withdrew his retirement and participated in green tech investment. He is looking at green tech as a big business opportunity, and he established low carbon capital. And this VC is investing in companies that are developing alternative substance of petrochemicals, and companies that develop eco-friendly nuclear fusion solution, and companies that produce alternative meat through animal cells, and companies involving eco-friendly robot farms, and companies that produce natural fertilizers. So it is investing in eco-friendly airplane and solar power and so on. So the VC is investing in these businesses because they think that there is a big opportunity. So if you look at the investment area of Green Tech 2.0, as of 2020, the transportation and logistics industry attracted the biggest amount of investment of 13.5 billion, followed by 5.7 billion of agriculture and food, and 4.4 billion of energy and power. So that tells that green tech is attracting lots of investment. And compared with 10 to 15 years ago, we have more indicators telling or showing the urgency of climate change, and at the same time people are witnessing the climate change. That's why the green tech investment is increasing. We have SPAC, Special Purpose Acquisition Company, and I think the SPAC is one of the reasons of accelerating Green Tech 2.0. And in the green tech industry, there are lots of capital intensive companies. So the capital investment through SPAC will be very helpful for the growth of this industry. From the early 2020, 28 SPAC companies merged with clean tech companies and industries to make capital investment of 7 billion won. And for the next 2 years, through SPAC acquisition, $35 to $40 billion are expected to be invested in green tech industry. And there are also SPACs that are dedicated to green tech investments. And also we have Liverstone Holdings. This company made a SPAC company composed of 4 green tech companies. And PV is also very important. During Green Tech 1.0, PV was a hot rising area, and then it declined. However, in Green Tech 2.0 era, PV is rising again. There is also a great investment in Green Tech 2.0. So in the center of transformation of the green tech, there is Silicon Valley, and there is a green tech, and I believe that Korea can join this movement. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. We move on to the next presentation.
We would like to invite the last speaker of the session. Hello everyone, this is An Soo-ji from Hyundai Motor Company Hydrogen Society Research Team. Well, my previous speaker talked about their efforts on realizing the carbon neutrality. I would like to talk about Hyundai Motor Company's endeavor to materialize hydrogen society. Carbon neutrality became a very important challenge for all companies in the industry, and Hyundai Motor Company is no exception because we are very much based on manufacturing, so achieving carbon neutrality is a very critical issue. We need to reduce the carbon emission during automobile operation. We need to make sure we reduce the net emission in production, distribution, and etc. Our goal to 2014 is to reduce carbon emission from automobile use supply chain, and we need to reduce carbon reduction by 75% by 2040. We will focus on next-generation mobility platform like robotaxi and UAM and etc. And the third item is green energy. We will utilize renewable energy to satisfy our electricity needs. By 2045, we will utilize renewable energy in all our work sites. And this is our group-wide carbon neutrality solution in order to address global climate crisis and to achieve carbon neutrality. This is the energy paradigm shift to hydrogen society. By 2050, 18% of energy will be powered by hydrogen, and they're forecasting that the hydrogen market will reach $2.5 trillion. And last year, our group held an H2 event, and there we declared Hydrogen Wave 2040. Our vision is to make the year 2040 the year where everyone can use hydrogen as energy source, which is when everyone can use hydrogen anywhere for everything. Actually, it has been a recent development that Hyundai Motor Company declared a vision for a hydrogen society, but our effort date much back. And there are hydrogen technology development that is taking place in Hyundai Motor Company, and we started the first fuel cell development in 1998, and in 2018 we have the world's longest range hydrogen EV Netzero that you can see on the street. And last year we produced the world's first heavyweight hydrogen electric truck, Exient. Exient, as I have just mentioned, was mass-produced for the first time in 2020. We exported to Switzerland, and we hope to increase the export amount to 1,600, and we will also export to other countries than Switzerland. And in Korea, we will enter mass production of Exient. When hydrogen mobility becomes popularized, we believe that it will help to reduce carbon emission. For the first time as an automotive country, we will apply hydrogen energy to all the commercial vehicles. As I have just mentioned, we will apply hydrogen to passenger cars and commercial cars. And on top of that, we can apply the concept to tram or cleaning truck. So there are a lot of options that are going through POC. Our vision was to popularize hydrogen energy. In order to popularize hydrogen, we need to enhance the ease of charging, and that is felt by Hyundai Motor Company. That's why we are now building hydrogen refueling infrastructure. In Korea, we're working with HyNet and Co-Hygen in order to build hydrogen refueling infrastructure. And we're working with H2 Mobility of Germany in order to expand infrastructure. And this is the fuel cell system. Let me elaborate on the system. The key to hydrogen car is the fuel cell. And the fuel cell system can be applied to vehicles, but at the same time, it can be applied to various mobility, including train, vehicles, even buildings. Or they can be utilized as battery in industry. Utilizing the fuel cell technology, we can popularize hydrogen energy. However, in order to popularize hydrogen, we need to make sure we have endurance and price competitiveness. So we are now seeking to mass produce the fuel cell in 2030. And next is our future hydrogen mobility. And please direct your attention to the video. On the top, you can see the trailer for logistics, and the bottom part is e-bogie. It is an autonomous vehicle. So combining hydrogen fuel cell and autonomous technology, this enables long-range distribution vehicle. And as you can see, because it is autonomous, it has no passenger on board, so fuel cell deployment can be optimized. And nowadays, parcel or delivery has become very important part of our life. So this kind of new mobility can become a very good solution. And using the e-bogie wheel system, they can be reconfigured to a different shape. And on the left-hand side, you can see the e-bogie, and it is a rescue drone. So on the bottom, at the bottom, they have e-bogie, and on top there are fire monitor and flying drone that can be embedded on top of the e-bogie for multiple usage. And on the right side, it combines hydrogen EV and power electric system. And green cars are great for environmental performance, but they are kind of lacking in terms of efficiency. But we wanted to dispel that kind of concept with this vehicle. And I already mentioned about refueling infrastructure, and this is a mobile station, which is called H Moving Station. There is a recharge system. So in areas where there is no hydrogen refueling station or there is failure of the system, this mobile station can provide refueling service. And in Seoul and Jeju, we will operate this kind of recharging station to enhance the convenience of the drivers. Well, Hyundai Motor Group is very keen on realizing hydrogen society. However, there needs to be ecosystem built in order to achieve hydrogen society. But building an ecosystem cannot be done by one company or an individual. That's why we're joining Hydrogen Council or Korea H2 Business Summit, working with different stakeholders in and outside of Korea. We hope that we can continue to achieve our hydrogen vision, and I would really appreciate your kind support and attention. Thank you very much. Thank you. You talked about a very important market, which is automotive. Well, I believe Hyundai Motor Company is doing very well on that front. And I believe that some small and medium-sized companies are having a very hard time due to the elimination of internal combustion engine. And thank you so much. Is there any question from the floor to the speakers? Please identify yourself and to whom the question is directed. Please raise your hand if you have any question.
질문을 생각하시는 동안 저희가
While you're thinking about question, we would like to start with a question that was submitted online. The first question goes to Mr. 손재권.
현황을
So you explained about the clean tech, and during the 1.0 era, the proportion of private sector was very high. And in Korea, for the growth of clean tech, I believe there should be many support in terms of system and law and technology. So among many different factors, what will be needed? Yes, thank you very much for your participation today. And I am located in the US right now, so let me give you the status of the US. I can look at Korea from the perspective of the US. In the US, the government, and rather than government, whether central or regional, there is more investment from the private sector to generate income and profit to achieve the carbon neutrality through that investment. So income generation and carbon neutrality, these two terms do not conflict each other. You can achieve these two targets at the same time. And rather than large enterprises, and there is an investment centering around small and medium-sized companies. And for Korea, from the perspective of the US, I believe Korea is still being led by the government and the nation. So I think there is a need to facilitate investment from the private sector. Otherwise, we cannot make the environment sustainable because this is beyond the environment movement. We have to think about having profit. So we have to think about the linkage or connection with the profitability. Otherwise, we cannot make it sustainable. So maybe we have to come up with many ways or many options, and we have to make sure that private sector can take initiative in this movement. Then we can achieve many different goals at the same time, including job creation. Thank you for your answer. CEO Son, I think that is echoed by Professor Dan Lodrick from Harvard University. And innovation and quality job creation, they are done by private sector. And decarbonization as well, that should be led by the private sector. So there should be some kind of priming activity. Do you have any other question from the floor?
없으시면 두 번째.
If there is none, I will read another question that was submitted. This question goes to Mr. Kim Il-hwan. There is personal CER where citizens can participate. I believe that is very meaningful. And in mass transit utilization, there are socio-economic activities that can lead to carbon reduction. And can that be applied to PCER? Yeah, that's a very good question. Well, on top of public transportation, we are researching about used plastic. Well, we actually import waste plastic, and nowadays in Korea, the used plastics are not that well processed. And that's why the Ministry of Environment and other organizations are trying to address the problem. But in terms of waste plastic, maybe we can connect that with PCER. So we are now doing research on that front. And one more thing. In 2018, we had total emission of 700 million tons, and out of that, 15 to 20% is originated from households. So individuals account for 15 to 20%. So if we can apply the PCER in goods, consumer goods, that would be very good. Well, thank you very much. We would like to close the session. I would love to appreciate all your participation.
네, 두 번째 세션을 진행해 주신 좌장님과 연사분.
Let us give the moderator and the speakers a round of applause.
탄소 저감에
And so far, we heard from startup companies who are trying to reduce carbon emission. We would like to close session 2, and we will have 5-minute break and then resume for session 3. Session 3 is on private sector movement, civil sector movement for carbon reduction.
네, 그럼
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to begin the third session, which is under the theme of citizens' activity for carbon neutrality. The moderator of the session is Professor Jae-jung Im from Semyeong University, and Mr. Lee Sang-woo, Director of Pyeonne Citizens Council, and Chairman Hong Mi-ra of Climate Crisis Organization of Hanam City, and Mr. Lee Chang-soo, Director of Ansan Citizens Solar Generation Co-op, and Mr. Kim Min, CEO of Big Wave. And last but not least, Mr. Chibeze Ezekiel, who will participate online through video. And we would like to begin the third session. I'll hand over the microphone to the moderator. Thank you very much for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jae Jung-min, the moderator of the third session. In the third session, we will talk about what the citizens are doing in order to fight against the climate crisis. In order to save time, we will first listen to the presentation of 5 speakers, and then we will have Q&A after that. The first speaker will deliver presentation through video. He is the winner of 2020 Goldman Environment Award. And ladies and gentlemen, please use the receiver on the table for simultaneous interpretation. Please use the earpiece and set the channel at number 1 to hear the simultaneous interpretation. So, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the video.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I am Chibeze Ezekiel, and I coordinate the Strategic Youth Network for Development. My presentation is, the topic of my presentation is Youth Action Towards Carbon Reduction, the experience of SYND in Ghana. So when it comes to carbon reduction, what is our experience from the youth perspective? So that's my message or my presentation I want to share briefly with you today. So the SYND, basically we are youth-oriented NGO. Our main goal is to reduce fossil fuel-related emissions through youth inclusion. So we campaign on measures or efforts that relate to carbon reduction or fossil fuel reduction in our country. We also contribute or participate in formulation and implementation of environmental policies, programs, and projects from local to national level in Ghana. At where SYND, I'm on the third slide. At SYND, we work in 4 thematic areas: climate change, biodiversity, forestry, and then energy issues. On slide 5, it was about our Youth NREP platform, which was established in May 2019 through the support of the UNDP Ghana and the World Bank. So the platform basically is to create a space for young people working on different environmental actions to learn and share on their various experiences as a way to build synergy amongst us. The second aim of the platform is to embark on joint advocacy in a concerted manner. And then on slide 6, that then begins with the, slide 5, on the our case study in Ghana about government's intention to build a coal plant. If you go to slide 6, the whole idea of the coal plant was a 700 megawatts coal plant, which was announced in December 2015 by China's Shenzhen Energy Group. It's a 1.5 billion project to be funded by the Chinese African Development Fund, which was supposed to be a loan. And because Ghana doesn't have coal reserve, the plan was to import 1.5 to 2 million tons of coal from South Africa annually. The idea was to deal with the energy crisis in Ghana, which was then done as doomsaw, which meant that power was going on and off. So doom means off, saw means on. So doomsaw was a popular phrase that was used in Ghana then. And the government also chose to build a coal plant for 2 main reasons. That one, it is cheap to generate power through the use of coal, and also it will also lead to employment. And then from the slide 7, we said that in terms of our advocacy, we raised a number of issues. One, we challenge government to provide the kind of coal they intend to import from South Africa, because the kind of coal you import determines the emission level. So we were asking for better and further particulars. We also requested for the characteristics of the fly ash and the contact details of the NGOs and local stakeholders, and also the effect and the impact on biodiversity that the plant will have on our forest issues. We also talk about the kind of jobs that government was talking about, whether it be permanent or temporary. In the interest of time, I will not go through them in depth, but I'm sure once you have access to the presentation, you can have, you can read some of the key issues we raised as part of our advocacy campaign. So we challenge government on some of these issues, why we think the coal plants will not be good for us and why there should be a better alternative. And one of the key things we raised was that Ghana cannot go to sign the Paris Climate Agreement only to come back and then to build a coal plant. That would be inconsistent with our commitment to the Paris Climate Agreement. So after all the campaigns we did, all the laws we made, government came out publicly through the Minister of Environment then at a press conference to announce that Ghana will not build a coal plant. And he was flanked on his right-hand side by the then EPA coordinator doing Obama's regime, Ms. McCarthy, so that was an official press conference where government announced that it will not build a coal plant. So that was one key result of the campaign that we led. So this just gives a brief idea of the story of the coal campaign we did in Ghana. I will touch basically on the submarine approach. So I'm now on slide 10. The submarine approach, we talked about we going quiet for some time. We went to the community, we engaged them, we didn't go on social media. Everything was underground, on the quiet. No noise on social media, no media engagement, no press conference. We're doing our research, we're doing our community engagement. And before we came out publicly on social media, press conference, we had our facts, we had our figures, we were able to justify our position. So that was one key approach we adopted, which I just want to mention in passing. So the question is, so after the coal campaign that we succeeded, what next? We then established the Youth Renewable Energy Movement campaign. So that's to push the agenda of renewable energy development and utilization in Ghana. And since we were saying that renewable energy is far better than coal, then we have to demonstrate, that indeed renewable energy is very critical or very important to solving our energy crisis. Again, the platform or the Youth Area platform was to also make our voices heard and to influence Ghana's renewable energy policy, legislation, and regulations and programming in Ghana. We also did some social media campaigns to create more awareness on renewable energy. The idea is so I'm now on slide 13. The idea is to create awareness on renewable energy, and that will become a trigger the demand side, because once Ghanaians or the population or citizens are aware of renewable energy, it will trigger the demand side. And once there's demand, that becomes an incentive for government or the private sector to invest into renewable energy. So that is one approach we adopted to create more awareness on renewable energy. And currently, we are also pursuing another flagship program we call the Children for Climate Action, where we are bringing children on board. I'm now on slide 14, where we want to empower children and build their capacity as climate activists or environmentalists, because children are great influencers at home, at school, in our community. So we need them, as active agents in the fight against climate change. We are also following clearly on Ghana's enhanced NDCs, particularly on the energy transition thematic area of our NDCs. And these are the proposed program of actions, about 14 of them. And what we are doing is to track this particular program that government has in place as far as our NDCs are concerned. Slide 15, 16 talks about our ongoing interventions. We are still building the capacity of our members of the youth area platforms, which I mentioned earlier on Ghana's national adaptation plan processes and our nationally determined contributions. We are also developing for the first time a youth strategy for climate action in Ghana, where we want to determine how government must involve youth when it comes to climate action, instead of allowing government to always determine how to engage young people. At the moment, we are also organizing monthly webinars on COP26, where we want to hear the voices of young people in their contribution to the fight against climate change. And for the month of October, our theme or our topic is energy and entrepreneurship, where we are bringing young people who are doing different, green businesses to show their story, showcase their story on how they are also in their own small way are contributing to the fight against climate change. And then our project is, the ongoing project is the Youth in Energy Transition Agenda project, So this project, specifically on slide 16, specifically is to track government's plan on the program of actions on slide 15, and then also to showcase what we can do in our own small way as young people to contribute to the fight against climate change as far as energy transition is concerned. And as part of our work, we've also been able to come up with some publications on we have a policy brief. We have publications on our NDCs, Children for Climate Action, climate adaptation. You can find all these publications on our website. If you go on synd.ghanaarts.org/publications, you can have access to these publications on what we are doing in our own small way to create more awareness on climate change. And also, so at the regional level, we are also the regional West Africa Regional Node for Access Coalition. Access Coalition basically is a regional organization or global organization that promotes energy access to the poor and vulnerable, in society. So we are coordinating at West Africa level where we promote SDG 7, agenda, and also energy access to the poor and vulnerable. We also belong to other climate, platforms at the regional level, and also at the global level. We are part of energy access transition campaigns and climate justice campaigns. So basically, this is just a brief of what we do at SYND, and I'm happy to share that these interventions we did in the past help not only to stop the coal plant, but also now Ghana is also moving very strongly in renewable energy development agenda as our contribution to attaining the zero emissions agenda. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to respond to any question or concern you may have. Thank you for this opportunity once again. I am Chief Ezekiel.
네, 에제키엘 씨.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Well, in fact, in advanced countries and developed countries, they are making effort to reduce the energy and fossil fuel. And developing countries and African countries, and they are reducing fossil fuels. However, these are two different stories between developed countries and developed countries, because fossil fuels are a matter of survival for developing countries. However, in West Africa and Africa, the youth are talking about renewable energy, and they are conducting grassroots campaign to reduce fossil fuel, which is very impressive. And in Korea, I believe that activists are very enthusiastic as well. And we'll move on to the next presentation. The presentation will be given by Lee Sang-woo. He will talk about carbon booklet and recycle activity. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Lee Sang-woo from 별내동, 남양주. Nice to meet you. Well, let me talk about our activity on carbon ledger. When our residents were talking about what we can do to reduce carbon emission, we came to this idea of establishing a village lab to reduce carbon emission. So although this project is not concluded yet, so up until last Friday, we recorded our activity for 2 months, and we are now in the middle of analyzing the results, and no one knows what the result would be. So please bear that in mind listening to my presentation. As you can see on the screen, people in 30 households have recorded the amount of waste in weight. So, and we looked at how much carbon was generated in every household. So we had 30 applicants, household applicants. We provided scale that can weigh up to 50 kilograms. And we asked the households to record the amount of waste they generated in kilogram. And a lot of people do not know that livestock industry has a big influence on climate change. And we asked the participants to record how much meat they consume, and they also recorded the amount of mileage they moved using their vehicle. So that's the contents that we asked the participants to record, and they recorded the items manually. And we utilized demographic information such as the number of cohabitants and the year of birth. Of course, the data is not that accurate or very specific because there are only 30 households, but I believe it was very meaningful. And in our neighborhood, there is waste incinerating facility very near to our village, so which is very unique. And on the right-hand side, you can see the clean center. And on the street, they can throw in the garbage and they will absorb the waste. And then there is collection vehicles that will collect the waste. This equipment may look very neat and handy, but in reality, it is very, very difficult to manage, and they're very easily broken. And residents were complaining about this equipment a lot. And this incinerating system creates a lot of problems like air pollutants. And there were a sense of tension and discontentment related to those facilities. And if we just record the amount of waste, you will not understand where the waste will go and how it is circulated. And they may not understand the importance of carbon. So there were some people who had no idea what they're going to record and why. So that's why we had 3 sessions of basic training, all of them online. And we teach them how to dispose garbage and local food and about plastics. And we wanted to raise awareness of our participants how their waste they produce will impact the environment. And we also carried out campaigns to make sure wastes were disposed properly, like small electronic equipment and etc. So we did monitoring of waste that was thrown away. And we also collected disposable cups and cleaned them and then made a pot out of them. And we also planted flowers in the cups and distributed it to people. So we thought about measures to reuse those materials. And although we do not have a definitive result, and we just finished the project last Saturday, and we asked the participants about their experience. And most people said it was not difficult to record their waste, but they had some opinions and inputs as to how we can enhance our activities. So maybe we can reflect those ideas in our future endeavor. And during the 2 months of recording, and people's activity actually led to heightened awareness. And some of the participants shared this idea with their neighbors. And most respondents said that the activity was very meaningful and helpful, and they wanted to share the activity with people they know. And in a normal household, women or moms are mostly in charge of disposing waste, or the husband. So there is a clear role division when it comes to disposal of waste. So a household has a very complex process of disposing waste. So by doing this activity, household members can see how much waste and what kind of waste they produce. And because it was so cumbersome to record all the items, people cut down the generation of waste. So this led to a meaningful result, although it has its limitations. The activity led to reducing the amount of waste that was generated in every household. However, in order to strengthen the movement, we need support from the government or companies because not one village can do it alone. Carrying out this activity very successfully, we came up with these statistics, and we will share this result in November. There were 30 households participating, and 28 households submitted their result, and 2 households just gave up in the middle because it was very difficult for them to keep track of the waste they generated. So we will share the experience and the result, and we plan on expanding the activity in the next year. And we will also continue education and training on the residents because many residents are unaware of the right way to dispose of waste, and many of them are unaware of the severity of climate crisis. So we hope to expand our experience to other villages. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for your wonderful presentation. Many of you would agree. I myself throw out garbage in a plastic bag and think we create too much waste. And likewise, we are not aware what kind of waste we produce and how much energy we consume. And in his activity or experiment of recording carbon ledger, maybe we can use that approach to have a scientific basis in reducing our energy consumption or carbon emission. So this can be a very important starting point in our endeavor.
So next presentation will be given by Hong-Mira, co-CEO of Climate Crisis Hanam Emergency Action, and the presentation will be on case study of environmental action. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Hong-Mira, co-CEO of Climate Crisis Hanam Emergency Actions. Nice to meet you today. So we are now having this forum. And to look at our activities at a glance, if you look at our booth, you'll be able to understand our activities. So from the beginning to the end, we are putting our effort into action. So you please visit our booth to look around our activities. So we came to think about what we have to do in this climate crisis. This is an emergency. So based on that, we established our group. We are made of different groups and different activists and individuals. And there is a Korean saying that nothing is complete unless you put it in a final shape. So we came to think to collect all the relevant groups to overcome the climate crisis, and we opened a chat room on Kakao platform. So we built a network of existing groups and individuals, and in a short time we could collect relevant groups and individuals. And right after we opened the chat room, we gathered lots of different opinions. And now we have 427 individuals working in this chat room in our group. So they have different and conflicting opinions. That means that they have lots of things to say and they have many different opinions. And now it's not easy to meet face to face because of COVID-19, but we share opinions on this online platform. And now 100 groups are participating, and we started with 96 groups, and now we have 100 groups, and we have an execution team. So we have around 33 execution teams. So individuals who do not belong to an existing group, they can join an execution team or execution group. So we have around 33 execution team. And we also have a cafe, online cafe on the neighbor platforms, and you can look at the activities in this cafe. So on April 3rd, we had the tree planting activities when we met for the first time. So there are many groups, and this photo was taken when we met first time to launch our group. And to celebrate our establishment, we conducted an activity of tree planting on April 3rd. He is participating as an advisor, and we could secure shovels in Hanam City. And actually, unfortunately, it poured a lot on April 3rd. And we all got together and we were worried whether we have to push ahead with tree planting or not, despite rainy weather. And for the climate crisis, tree planting is very important. And Hanam City government was very surprised by a large turnout on April 3rd. And we had a launching ceremony on the 22nd of April. And you can see in this photo. So there are so many people, so only management team participated. And you can see the list of groups participating in our initiative. And especially elderly care related team is also participating in this group. And each group has more than like tens of branches. So that means that our group has our institution has more than hundreds or thousands of small groups. And the climate crisis, even though you have different political opinions, and regardless of your age, whether you are young or elderly, I think climate crisis is a common theme, and people think that they have to overcome the climate crisis. So we had a launching ceremony, as you can see in this photo, and we had an execution team. As I mentioned earlier, we have 33 execution teams. They maintain their own teams. For example, there is an EM execution team and circular resource team and so on. So we have many execution teams. So we got together and so we exchanged opinions, and each group submitted their action plans. And actually, it's not easy to submit the action plan, but to keep the promise, each group willingly submitted their action plan with a timeline, for example, the date of garbage collection and so on. So this cooperative said that they will have the market, flea market, and this is an execution team of climate action And they said they will have the project in the first and second and third project, and they are implementing these plans. So each group submitted their action plan, and they are implementing their activities. So because we have more than 100 groups, imagine that we have more than 100 plans. We asked them to submit a plan. Of course, not all of them submitted their plans, but so we said that we will give the certificate if you submit the action plan and if you put that into action. So many groups submitted their action plans, and this is an action execution plan regarding the food and meal. And this is regarding the craft work execution team and the Gwangju Hanam ICOP. They have the recycling resource circulation day. So if they get the waste, they give the toilet paper in return. And this is plugging execution team. They carry out lots of plugging activities such as garbage collection. Near the Misa station, there are lots of cigarettes on the street, and the CEO of the president of the plugging execution team, he decided to go outside to collect the garbage of the cigarette, and it was Monday. And in our institution, on Monday, we designated Monday as a mid-list day. And the day he went out to collect the cigarette was also Monday. So on Monday, he conducted two different activities, mid-list Monday and the cigarette or garbage collection. So since that day, there are two activities have been conducted in Misa Station. This is also regarding the recycling. They collect all the ice packs in the community, and then they return the ice packs for people who need ice packs. And you can see many different activities, and we had synergy effect. And conducting these activities, Hanam City government. Actually, we had a talk with Hanam City government. For example, mid-list Monday is one of them, and 22nd day of every month, that is the day we turn off light early. And we suggested Hanam City to join our efforts, and Hanam City also designated Monday as a mid-list Monday. And 22nd of every month was a turn-off day. Hanam City said that once every month is not enough, and Hanam City increased the frequency. We have government officials here in this room from Hanam City, and many people participated in this program. And there was a collaboration between the government and the civic society. So the Hanam City government, they had a talk with our institution, and they were really impressed our enthusiasm because we proposed lots of ideas. And we believe that education is part of implementation and action, and we designated every Wednesday as the day of training and education. So every Wednesday, we try to invite external speakers and lecturers for training. And it has been expanded. The Hanam City came to train more, and these activities and these spirits have been expanded. So I was really impressed by this collaboration between the civic group and the government. And we have more than 100 groups participating in our institutions. For example, the youth group and elderly care group and social care group and environmental group. So we can share different opinions each other. And every organization, every group has their own assets and many different ideas. So we can join forces together to do action. So we can do things together and jointly we can achieve carbon neutrality. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you for your presentation. So in your presentation, you mentioned that there is a chat room in the Kakao platform and more than 420 people are participating. It's very impressive. So actually, it's easy for hundreds of people joining in the Kakao platform to talk about ideas how to increase their asset price and apartment price. However, you are getting together to achieve carbon neutrality. I think it is a good example of grassroots activities. With this, I think we can overcome climate crisis. It was very impressive. We will move on to the next presentation. Lee Chang-soo will explain about energy-oriented cooperative activities. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we used to call it climate crisis and climate change, and now we call it climate crisis. In 2016, we thought we have to transition to cleaner energy in order to make sure we can successfully overcome climate crisis. And that requires citizens' participation, and we thought it is where the citizens' participation comes in, or co-op. And RE100 is becoming a very important initiative. And SK Group has also joined the ranks of RE100. And asset management companies are requiring Korean businesses to come up with measures to reduce carbon emission. So carbon emission reduction is closely related to economic survival of Korea. And in 2012, our co-op was established to expand the provision of renewable energy and to expand citizens' participation in climate change and to create jobs in the community. So that was the goal of our cooperation. Let me skip on this page. About the establishment of our co-op, we are a group that is established in participation of 14 organizations. So we build power plants. So we do the installation and maintenance and also training, education, and policy linkage. And we also establish co-ops. We have 25 power plants in operation, and most of them are on the rooftops of public organizations building. We are generating large amount of money and large amount of electricity, and we are reducing 4,140 tons of CO2 annually. And we are reducing the CO2 that is equivalent to the amount that is absorbed by 300 hectares of forest. And there are 1,200 members to our co-op, and our asset under management is 3.5 billion Korean won. And these are the pictures of our power plants. we have 15 power generation plants, and there is a parking lot power generation site that is under construction, and there will be another installation on Shihwa Lake, which is a very big-sized installation project. Every year, we provide 5% of dividend, which is closely linked to Green New Deal. And citizens invested 4 billion Korean won, and I believe that is explained by the power of 5% dividend. Of course, people are happy to participate in the good cause, but there is economic benefits attached to it. And we are now seeing great improvement, and we are installing a lot of facilities, and we are also providing maintenance. In the future, solar power generators will be installed in tens of millions of sites, and there has to be, so maintenance of those facilities is very important. Rather than resorting to conglomerates, we in co-op want to do the maintenance. We'll skip the pages. In the interest of time, we are doing a lot of communication and discussion, and we do a lot of meetings with different entities. And there are about 60 citizen participatory energy co-ops. And 30 more will be created in this year. And by forging a coalition among those co-ops, we are now strengthening our effort. And there are 13,000 members to those co-ops, and we hope to increase the number very sharply. And we're now living in an era of climate crisis. Now we have 13,000 participants, but we need to increase the number to 3 million by 2030. And the number of co-op should increase to 300. And village co-op should go beyond 7,000. And about the co-op, we need to create a co-op in every city, every 군 and 구. And this co-op economy should grow to the size of 10 trillion Korean won. And it is very important to show the nature, good nature of co-ops, which is different from private companies. And you can create a co-op if you have 5 members, but you cannot call them citizen participatory co-op if you have only 5 members. And the operation should be democratic and transparent. And let me move on to the next part. In order to revitalize co-ops, based on our experience, sites or land is very important. If we have land available, we can engage a lot of citizens and develop our activities very easily. And green finance is very important. And stable transaction system is a must. In order to carry out activities, we need to have stable profitability. And we need to have a fixed price system, not Korean style FIT system. There are a lot of misconceptions about photovoltaic. Photovoltaic system does not have a lot of toxic substances or radioactive waves, and those kind of misconceptions should be dispelled. And lastly, we are talking about citizens' participation in carbon neutrality. And I would like to talk about a Citizens Club on RE 100. We are now working to address regional or local issues in collaboration with various entities. And I have seen a slide mentioning company names that joined RE100, such as SK. And SK is making semiconductors, and they will have to make semiconductors using renewable energy. And the same goes for citizenship. Citizens should utilize 100% renewable energy in their daily lives. In the case of apartments, maybe they can install facilities, solar panel facilities in the window units. And in some cases, you would have to participate in energy co-op in order to generate electricity using solar panel. And we need to raise awareness and carry out various efforts to enhance participation. And once you participate, you can be the member of RE100 Citizens Club. There are different levels of membership, white, green, and blue. And by carrying out activities to use more renewable energy, you can facilitate the energy transition. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Director Lee, for your wonderful presentation. In your slide, there was one that showed the picture of photovoltaic power plant. That was really touching. You just showed the rooftop power plant utilizing photovoltaic. I wish to see all the rooftops of Korean buildings covered with those kind of facilities. That was what I thought. Well, in Korea, there are a lot of cases of conflicts between the operator and the residents. And if we can enable this kind of model, like citizens participatory system, that kind of conflict will disappear. I hope that can be disseminated throughout the nation. Let me introduce our last speaker, Kim Min, the CEO of Big Wave, under the theme of We Are Not the Future Generation.
안녕하세요. 저는
Hello, I am Kim Min from Big Wave. Big Wave is Climate Change Youth Group, and I am also participating in 2030 Climate Neutrality Committee. So you may be curious why I selected this as a topic. Topic is We Are Not Future Generation, and you can listen to the answer at the end of my presentation. So the future generation may remind you of two people. In the US, Alexandria Cortez led the activities, and on the right-hand side, Greta Thunberg is also leading the environmental activities. So these two people are symbolic future generation in the environmental sector. And in Korea, there are diverse youth groups to respond to climate change. So we have to achieve net zero by 2050. So what kind of activities do we have to carry out as the youth? And how can we make the activities sustainable? So today I'd like to share my ideas to respond to climate change. The youth have many different identity. On one hand, they do not belong to anywhere, or sometimes they are on the unclear boundary, and because of that, they do not have any specific interests. So they can focus on action, so that is their advantage. And they have many identities. First of all, we as a citizen, for whom do we have to vote for, and who is a candidate who can address the climate change? And we have our identity as a consumer. So as a consumer, what kind of products do we have to buy? So we have to evaluate a company, their environmental activities, and as a participant in the in the society and the school, we are the agent who can expand the ESG activities. And also we are the member of the civic society. So with the activation of community, the civic society can become more greener or healthier thanks to the youth. So we cannot classify the youth with their age. Rather than that, with the critical thinking that climate change is a really serious problem, rather than just asking a question, we are the person who are looking for the answer to climate change. And for the youth, there are some concepts that are important. First of all, motivation is important. I need to participate in the climate change, and for that end, there should be motivation. And when I participate in the climate change activities, I have to feel the self-efficacy. So there should be positive circulation. So we, as a youth, we have worries about study and jobs. And now we have to think about marriage and getting and purchasing a new house. And to address the climate crisis, we have to realize our current status, and we have to make an effort to address these problems. And the climate activities can be done not only by professional civic activists, but by everyone who is interested. And we have to make sure that environmental activities can be conducted in parallel with the daily life. So for that end, Gyeonggi Province has many support mechanism for example, 4-day-a-week working system. So that is one example to encourage the youth to participate in environmental activities while working at a company. So regardless of the age and gender and the school, we have to make sure that everyone can participate in these activities. And there are many problems facing the youth. So there should be healthy relationship among members. And for healthy relationship, there should be loose coalition among members rather than the tight relation. So government recently announced 2030 and 2050 plans, and we have a scenario that we have to think about. So how can we achieve 1.5-degree target? And for that end, by when and how do we have to reduce the greenhouse gases? And when we reduce the greenhouse gases, what will be the society be like? And what kind of principles do we have to keep? So we propose these to the Climate Neutrality Committee. There was a press release today, and there are many scenarios and targets announced by government. But even though we achieve the target, it's not easy to achieve the 2050 targets. So we have to achieve 2030 and 2050 targets at the same time. So rather than talking about faraway future, we have to think about the near future. So the message that I want to come across is that we have to make all the effort to reduce the greenhouse gases to achieve 1.5-degree target around the world. Not only Korea, but also developing countries have to make effort to achieve this target. And as an advanced country, we have to take responsibility to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and we have to help developing countries. And for that end, by the year 2030, Actually, the government had a target of 40%, but in reality, we have to reduce by 60%. And this is not proposed by not only by us. Actually, there was a research done by IPCC based on the science. So based on science, how much further do we have to reduce? That's something that we have to think about. So I talked about scenarios and many ideas, but I do not think that they are the answer. As the youth, we can participate in the government, National Assembly, and the companies and climate neutrality committee. And this is the question that we raise to these relevant institutions. And finding the answer will be very important to encourage more people to participate in the activities. So rather than just raising an issue and asking a question, we have to think about the answer together. We have to discuss the options together. I think that is the role of the youth. So let me give you the answer that to the question that I raised in the beginning of the presentation. To address the climate change, we have to be responsible. We have 6 coal-fired power plants under construction, and renewable energy actually causes lots of conflicts in the local area, and we couldn't find the answer. The youth is called the next generation, and they are making an effort to change the present. And we are the equal member of the society living in the present society, and we have to focus on the current issues rather than far away future issues. Thank you very much for your attention. CEO Kim Min, thank you very much. You said the youth is not the future generation. Rather, the youth is one of the main actors of the current generation. And from now on, we are going to have the open discussions and Q&A sessions. So we have 4 people sitting here, and we also have Mr. Azike connecting online, so you can ask a question to Mr. Azike as well. So first, I will open the floor so that we can get the answer from the floor, and if none, we will get the question from the online. Do you have any question from the floor? If so, please raise your hand. The microphone will be delivered to you. Do you have any question to the presenters staying with us, or do you have any question to Mr. Anake? I think there is no question, so I can give you a chance again later. We'll move on to the online question.
에제키엘 씨에게 드리는 질문이네요.
So this is question to Mr. Ezekiel. In Korea, we have a regular training course, and we are making effort to introduce environment as part of the regular training. So you emphasize the importance of the efforts of the youth and the young people. So how about the environmental education system in Ghana? And can you propose the desirable direction of the environmental training in Korea? So once again, could you please explain about environmental education, environmental training in Ghana, and can you give us a piece of advice for Korea's environmental education? Would you please answer this question?
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. Well, so to make it very simple and snappy, I'm happy to announce that in Ghana, climate change has been mainstreamed into our educational curriculum. So now when we look at our educational curriculum now, from basic education, climate change is now mainstream into our basic curriculum. And I think that every party to the Paris Climate Agreement or the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change is obligated to engage in education, training, and capacity building. Looking at Article 6, of the UNFCCC Convention, as well as the Article 12 of the Paris Climate Agreement. So it's obligatory for all parties to embark on education, training, and capacity building. So on that note, I would encourage the Korean activists to engage our government to also mainstream that into educational curriculum as a way of implementing Article 12 of the Paris Climate Agreement. So, so that would be my response on that.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. You mentioned that environment education has become the mainstream, and he mentioned that Korea needs to highlight the importance of environment education in formal education. Well, in Korea, some schools are trying to incorporate environment education, but we have a long way to go still. The next question is to Mr. Kim Min. Well, recently, there is a lot of people, Z generation, who are interested in greening the environment. However, compared to advanced countries, they are not that active, and there is negative perception on green activism. So, as an MZ generation, what do you think of those perceptions? How should our society change? Thank you very much for your question. Whenever I receive these kind of questions, I am torn as how to answer those questions, because I am the only person who is representing an organization just because I am young. Well, MZ generation is very diverse, and I cannot say I represent all of them, but I can say this. Well, they are different from existing old generation, and there is inconvenience or difficulties because we need to change the status quo. And that is also a transition process of a society. And about the negative perception, we cannot blame them, but we need to understand why those negative perceptions exist and how we can cope with those perceptions and maybe address or change ourselves so that our society can understand the green activism. Well, I don't know whether I can answer those questions, but I myself see a lot of people who are vegans and very active in terms of environmental activity, and I am also engaged in those activities. So it is very difficult to answer those questions, but I think it is time to discuss how to change our society. And we need to consider our options that are available to us, and we need to think about what we must do. So let's put it that way. Thank you very much for your answer. And in the interest of time, we would like to close the Q&A session. I would like to thank all the participants who have stayed with us until the very end. So far, we heard from activists in Korea and overseas, and I hope that today's stories can be disseminated throughout the society so that more people can join our efforts. Thank you very much for your participation. This concludes today's forum. Thank you very much. We would really love to appreciate the moderator and the speakers. This concludes the first Carbon Zero Forum. Thank you very much for staying with us until the very end. And I would like to thank all the participants who are joining us online. And ladies and gentlemen, we would like to close the first forum on carbon neutrality. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.